I'm 34 years old now, and I've spent the last decade working in high-end architectural restoration. I'm not a man who scares easily. I deal in the concrete, the structural, and the measurable. But there is a specific reason I no longer take jobs in the Pacific Northwest, and an even more specific reason why I never enter a house alone anymore. It happened 3 years ago. I was hired to do an initial survey of the Blackwood estate, a sprawling, Victorian-style mansion tucked away in a valley 3 hours north of Seattle. The property had been tied up in probate for nearly 40 years. The air up there is different, thick with the scent of damp cedar, and a silence so heavy it feels like it's pressing against your eardrums. I arrived on a Tuesday morning, my truck loaded with laser measures, blueprints from the county archives, and enough caffeine to get me through a 10-hour day. The mansion was a masterpiece of decay. Gray shingles curled like dead leaves, and the wraparound porch groaned under my boots. I remember thinking that the house looked exhausted, as if it were tired of holding itself up against the encroaching forest. I let myself in with the heavy brass key the estate lawyer had given me. The interior smelled of old paper, cold stone, and that distinct metallic tang of stagnant air. I started on the ground floor, checking the foundation and the load-bearing walls. Everything matched the 1922 blueprints perfectly. I moved to the second floor, ticking off the bedrooms and the linen closets. By 3:00 p.m., the sun was beginning to dip behind the towering pines, casting long, skeletal shadows across the floorboards. That was when I climbed to the third floor to map out what the plans labeled as the servants' wing. I was standing in the main hallway of the third floor, my laser measure emitting a soft red dot against the far wall, when I noticed the discrepancy. According to the blueprints I held in my hand, the hallway should have ended at the doorway to the master suite. But as I looked at the physical wall in front of me, the measurements didn't add up. There was a gap, a 12-foot stretch of space that existed in the house but didn't exist on the paper. I paced it out, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. I tapped the wood paneling. It didn't sound hollow like the lath and plaster of the other rooms. It sounded dense, muffled. I moved a heavy, dust-caked tapestry aside, expecting to find a brick-top window or maybe a chimney flue. Instead, I found a door. It wasn't a grand door. It was small, narrow, and painted the exact same shade of charcoal gray as the surrounding trim, making it almost invisible in the dim light. There was no handle, only a small, circular keyhole that looked like it had been bored directly into the wood. I felt a slight chill, the kind you get when you realize you've made a mistake you can't quite name. My gut told me to finish the floor plan and leave, but my professional curiosity won out. I took a small, flathead screwdriver from my belt and worked it into the hole. With a sharp, sickening crack, the mechanism gave way. The door didn't swing open. It drifted, as if there was a slight vacuum on the other side drawing it inward. I stepped through the threshold, and the first thing I noticed was the temperature. It had to be 20 degrees colder inside that room. My breath hitched, forming a faint cloud in the beam of my flashlight. I panned the light around, expecting a closet or a storage space. What I saw was a perfectly preserved bedroom. But it wasn't a Victorian bedroom. The wallpaper was a vibrant, sickeningly bright yellow, patterned with tiny, interlocking geometric shapes that seemed to vibrate if you stared at them too long. There was a single twin bed in the center of the room, stripped of its mattress. In the corner sat a wooden chair facing the wall. I took a step forward, the floorboards beneath my feet remaining eerily silent. No creak, no groan, just a dead, muffled thud. I reached out to touch the wallpaper, and that's when the first anomaly occurred. The red dot of my laser measure, which I still held in my left hand, began to flicker. It didn't just blink, it pulsed in time with my own heartbeat. I looked down at the device, then back at the wall. The red dot was no longer on the wall. It was hovering in the air, 3 inches in front of the paper, as if it were resting on an invisible surface. I froze. I told myself it was a trick of the light or maybe a lens flare from the dust. I shook the device, but the dot stayed pinned in midair. I reached my hand out to pass it through the space where the dot was, but my fingers hit something. It wasn't a wall. It felt like cold, pressurized air, thick, like trying to push your hand through deep water. Then the silence of the house was broken. From somewhere directly beneath my feet, I heard a sound. It wasn't a house settling. It was the sound of a heavy metal object being dragged slowly across a stone floor. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. I checked my watch. It was 3:42 p.m. The sun was still up, but in this room the light felt gray and filtered, like I was looking at the world through dirty glass. I tried to rationalize it. The house is old. The foundation is shifting. There might be a squatter in the basement, but the scraping sound wasn't coming from the basement. It was coming from the space between the floorboards of this room and the ceiling of the room below. A space that, according to my measurements, shouldn't have been more than 8 inches thick. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I wanted to leave, but as I reached the threshold, I saw something that stopped my breath entirely. On the wooden chair in the corner, the one that had been empty 30 seconds ago, there was now a pair of shoes. Small, black leather shoes, polished to a high shine, sitting neatly side by side. They hadn't been there. I knew they hadn't been there. I had swept my light over that corner 3 times. My mind raced, trying to find a logical path. Maybe they fell from a shelf. No, there were no shelves. Maybe I was tired. No, I was wide awake and terrified. The scraping sound stopped. In the sudden, absolute silence, a new sound emerged. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the other side of the yellow wallpaper. It sounded like a fingernail clicking against glass. I didn't weigh my options. My fight or flight response bypassed my brain and went straight to my legs. I lunged for the door, but as I crossed the threshold back into the hallway, I felt a sharp, cold prickle on the back of my neck. I spun around, shining my light back into the room. The shoes were gone. The chair was now overturned, and the door, which I had left wide open, began to close. It didn't slam. It moved with a slow, deliberate smoothness, as if someone were holding the other side of it, easing it shut to avoid making noise. "Wait," I shouted. My voice sounded thin and hollow in the vast, empty house. The door clicked shut. I grabbed the edge of the wood, trying to pry it back open, but there was no purchase. The door was now perfectly flush with the wall again. I jammed my screwdriver into the keyhole, but the metal snapped instantly, the tip shearing off and falling into the darkness of the mechanism. I stood there in the hallway, the shadows of the 3rd floor deepening into a bruised purple. I could hear my own ragged breathing, and for a moment I thought I was safe. I was out of the room. I just had to get to the stairs, get to my truck and drive until I hit a paved highway. Then I heard the voice. It didn't come from behind the door. It came from the air right next to my ear. It was a flat, toneless whisper, devoid of any inflection or emotion. "You forgot to measure the height," the voice said. I didn't look back. I bolted. I hit the stairs at a dead run, my boots thundering against the wood. I didn't care about my equipment. I didn't care about the blueprints. I reached the 2nd floor landing and leaped down the next flight of stairs, nearly losing my balance as I skidded across the marble foyer. I burst through the front door and into the cool evening air. I didn't stop until I was inside my truck with the doors locked and the engine roaring. I peeled out of the gravel driveway, my tires spitting stones into the brush. As I drove down the long, winding access road, I looked in my rearview mirror. The mansion sat on the hill, a dark silhouette against the dying light. And there, in the very top corner of the house, in a section where there were no windows on the blueprints, a single, pale yellow light was glowing. I drove straight to the local sheriff's station in the town of Oak Haven, about 20 miles away. I was shaking so hard I could barely grip the pen to sign the visitor's log. A deputy with a weathered face and a name tag that read Miller sat me down and gave me a cup of lukewarm coffee. I was at the Blackwood estate, I told him, my voice cracking. There's someone in that house. I found a room that shouldn't be there. Deputy Miller didn't look surprised. He didn't reach for his radio or grab his hat. He just sighed, a long, weary sound, and leaned back in his chair. The hidden room on the 3rd floor, he asked quietly. I stared at him. You know about it? We get a call about that place every few years, Miller said, staring at his own coffee. Usually it's kids trespassing or a surveyor like yourself. We went up there back in '98 after a teenager claimed he saw a girl in the window. We searched that house from the crawl space to the rafters. We found the paneling you're talking about. We even took a sledgehammer to it. And I asked, leaning in. Miller looked me dead in the eye. There's nothing behind that wall, son. Just solid brick and chimney flue. There is no room. There never was. I was inside it, I yelled, slamming my hand on the desk. I saw the wallpaper. I saw the shoes. Miller just shook his head. The mind plays tricks in places like that. The silence, the mold, it gets to you. My advice, take your fee, go back to Seattle, and forget you ever saw that gate. I didn't take my fee. I called the estate lawyer the next morning and told him I was resigning due to a family emergency. I never went back for my laser measure or my tools. It's been 3 years and I've mostly moved on. But 2 weeks ago, I was cleaning out my truck, the same truck I drove that day. I reached down into the gap between the driver's seat and the center console to retrieve a dropped coin. My fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. I pulled it out. It was a small black leather shoe, a child's shoe polished to a high shine. I don't go into old houses anymore, and sometimes when it's very quiet in my apartment, I think I hear a faint, rhythmic tapping on the other side of my bedroom wall. Tap, tap, tap. If you ever find a door that isn't on the map, don't open it. Some spaces aren't meant to be measured, and some rooms, they don't just hold memories, they hold on to you. I stared at the shoe in my hand for a full minute, the plastic interior of my truck cabin suddenly feeling as thin and fragile as parchment. The leather was cool, smelling faintly of cedar and something else, something like ozone or the static electricity that precedes a lightning strike. I didn't throw it. I didn't scream. I simply sat there as the sun beat down through the windshield, my mind performing a frantic, desperate series of architectural calculations. I had cleaned this truck a dozen times since that day in Oak Haven. I had vacuumed under the seats. I had reached for dropped pens and loose change. The shoe hadn't been there. It was impossible, and yet there it was, a physical stowaway from a room that didn't exist. I spent the next 3 days in a state of vibrating hypervigilance. I checked the corners of my apartment every time I walked into a room. I measured the distance between my front door and the hallway window with a tape measure, over and over, until the metal tape snapped back and sliced my thumb. I was looking for discrepancies. I was looking for the 12-foot gaps that shouldn't be there. My girlfriend, Sarah, asked if I was back on the caffeine too hard. I told her it was just a big project, a renovation of a 19th century library in downtown Seattle that was giving me headaches. I couldn't tell her the truth. How do you tell the person you love that you think a house 300 miles away is currently colonizing your life? On the 4th night, the tapping changed. Usually it was just the 3 rhythmic clicks, asterisk, tap, 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 asterisk, coming from the wall behind my headboard. I had convinced myself it was the pipes. Seattle apartments are notorious for water hammer, but at 3:14 a.m. the sound moved. It didn't come from the wall. It came from the floorboards directly beneath the bed. Scrape, pause, scrape. The sound of heavy metal on stone. My heart didn't just race. It felt like it was trying to punch its way out of my sternum. I lay perfectly still, my eyes fixed on the ceiling. I could feel the vibration of the scrape through the mattress. It was heavy, deliberate, and localized. Whatever was making that sound was exactly where I was. I reached out, my hand trembling, and turned on the bedside lamp. The room flooded with warm, yellow light. The sound stopped instantly. I rolled out of bed and grabbed a heavy mag light from my nightstand. I didn't want to look under the bed.
Lost in the
Every
darkness.
instinct in
These
my
cracked
body,
pipes
honed
overhead are
by
the only sign
34
I'm not
years
alone.
of rational existence, told me to run out of the apartment and never look back. But I was an architect. I dealt in the structural. I needed to see the foundation of my fear. I dropped to my knees and swept the light under the bed frame. There was nothing but a thin layer of dust and a stray sock. No metal, no stone, no girl in a yellow dress. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, my forehead resting against the cool hardwood. "It's the mold," I whispered, echoing Deputy Miller's dismissive words. "It's just the mold." Then I saw it. On the underside of my bed frame, the slats that supported the mattress, someone had drawn something. It wasn't ink or pencil. It looked like it had been charred into the wood with a soldering iron. It was a floor plan. I pulled myself further under the bed, my breath coming in shallow hitches. I recognized the layout immediately. It was the third floor of the Blackwood estate, the servants' wing, the master's suite, the hallway. But on this drawing, the 12-foot gap wasn't a gap. There was a room drawn there, labeled in a cramped, archaic script that seemed to crawl across the wood. The measurement room. And there, right where I was currently positioned in my own apartment, was a small red dot. A laser sight dot, burned permanently into the wood of my bed. I scrambled back, hitting my head on the frame as I scrambled out from under the bed. I didn't pack a bag. I didn't grab my coat. I grabbed my keys and the black leather shoe from the kitchen counter and I ran. I drove north. I didn't have a plan, but the logic of the nightmare was beginning to take hold. In restoration, if a beam is rotting, you don't just patch the surface. You have to find the source of the moisture. You have to go back to the leak. The Blackwood estate was the leak. It had followed me home because I had left something behind, not just my tools, but a piece of my own spatial reality. I had measured that room, and in doing so, I had acknowledged its existence. I had given it a dimension, and now it was using that dimension to bridge the gap between Oak Haven and Seattle. The drive took 4 hours in the middle of the night. The further north I got, the thicker the fog became. By the time I reached the Oak Haven turnoff, the world was nothing but gray silhouettes of towering firs and the reflective glow of my headlights against the mist. The air felt heavy again, that same pressurized thickness I had felt when I touched the air in the yellow room. I didn't go to the sheriff's station. Miller wouldn't help me. He was part of the silence that kept the house fed. I reached the gates of the Blackwood estate at 5:00 a.m. The sun hadn't risen, but the sky was beginning to turn that bruised, sickly purple I remembered. The house loomed on the hill, looking less like a building and more like a crouched animal waiting for its prey to return. I killed the engine and sat in the silence. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the dashboard now. I got out of the truck, the black shoe heavy in my pocket. The wraparound porch didn't groan this time as I stepped onto it. It felt solid, as if the house were bracing itself, welcoming me back. I didn't need the brass key. The front door was already unlatched, swinging open an inch as if caught in a draft. I stepped into the foyer. The smell hit me immediately, not just old paper and cold stone, but the smell of my own apartment. Lavender laundry detergent and the specific metallic scent of my laptop cooling fan. The house wasn't just decaying, it was mimicking. I didn't stop on the first floor. I didn't check the second. I climbed the stairs to the third floor, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. I reached the hallway of the servants' wing. I stood before the charcoal gray paneling where the door had been. It was gone. The wall was seamless. I ran my hands over the wood, feeling for the keyhole I had mangled with my screwdriver. There was nothing, just smooth, cold paneling. I took out the black shoe and held it up to the wall. "I brought it back," I said, my voice cracking. "Take it, leave me alone." Silence, then a soft, muffled thud from behind the wood. "You forgot to measure the height," the voice whispered. It wasn't in my ear this time. It was coming from everywhere. It was coming from the floorboards, the ceiling, the very molecules of the air. I realized then what I had missed. In my professional arrogance, I had only measured the length and width. I had treated the room as a two-dimensional problem on a three-dimensional map. But space has a third axis, and according to the voice, that was the axis that mattered. I looked up at the ceiling. The hallway was 10 feet high, but as I panned my light upward, the beam didn't hit the plaster. It just kept going. The ceiling of the hallway had vanished, replaced by a vertical shaft that stretched up into the darkness of the attic, a space that, on the blueprints, was filled with insulation and cross beams. I saw a ladder, not a grand staircase, but a narrow, iron, rungs-in-the-wall ladder, disappearing into the heights. I began to climb. I didn't have a choice. The house was pulling me in, a vacuum of logic that required a resolution. Each rung was ice cold, biting into my palms. I climbed past the level of the roofline, past where the chimneys should have ended. I climbed until the air became so thin I could hear the whistle of it in my teeth. I reached a platform. It was a small, circular room, no more than 6 feet in diameter. It was the pale yellow light I had seen from the road. The walls were glass, not windows, but solid walls of thick, distorted glass that looked out over the valley. But the valley wasn't there. Looking through the glass, I didn't see the pines or the fog or the lights of Oakhaven. I saw my own apartment. I saw Sarah asleep in our bed. I saw the kitchen table with the half-finished crossword puzzle. I saw the maglite I had dropped on the floor. I was looking down at my life from a height that shouldn't exist, through a lens that shouldn't be possible. In the center of the circular room sat the wooden chair. It wasn't empty. A girl was sitting there. She was wearing a yellow dress that matched the wallpaper of the room below. Her hair was thin and white, like spun glass, and she was holding my laser measure in her lap. She wasn't looking at me. She was looking through the glass floor at the room below, the room with the yellow wallpaper and the twin bed. "It's too tall," she whispered. Her voice was the scraping sound. Her voice was the tapping. "The room is too tall for the house. That's why it leaks." She turned her head then. She didn't have a face, not in the way humans do, where her eyes and nose and mouth should have been. There was only a smooth, featureless surface of that same yellow wallpaper, the geometric patterns pulsing in time with a heartbeat that wasn't mine. "Measure it," she said, holding out the device. "If you measure it, it stays here. If you don't, it goes with you." I understood the bargain. This room, this anomaly, was a structural defect in reality. It needed to be anchored. By measuring it, I would be documenting it, pinning it to this specific geographic coordinate, trapping it within the Blackwood estate. If I refused, if I walked away without defining the space, it would remain untethered, a wandering void that would continue to bleed into my life, my home, my mind. I took the laser measure from her cold, paper-thin hand. My fingers brushed hers, and for a second, I saw 1,000 rooms. I saw closets that led to deserts, basements that opened into the vacuum of space, and hallways that looped for eternity. I saw the architecture of the universe, and it was a crumbling, rotting mess held together by the sheer force of human observation. I stood in the center of the glass room and pointed the laser at the ceiling. The red dot hit the glass, 12 feet 4 inches. I pointed it at the floor, 0 feet 0 inches. I pointed it at the girl. The red dot didn't land on her. It passed right through her, as if she were a ghost, and hit the glass wall behind her. But the display on the device didn't show a distance, it showed a word. Run. The glass beneath my feet cracked. Not a small splinter, but a massive, structural failure that spiderwebbed across the entire platform. The girl in the yellow dress didn't move. She just sat there as the floor disintegrated. I lunged for the iron ladder, my fingers catching the top rung just as the platform vanished. I hung there, suspended over a dark abyss that smelled of my own home. Below me, I saw the girl falling. She didn't scream. She drifted down like a piece of confetti, landing softly on the bed in the yellow room 3 stories below. The door to that room, the charcoal gray door, slammed shut. I scrambled down the ladder, my muscles screaming. I hit the hallway floor and didn't look back. I ran down the stairs, out the front door, and into the gray morning light. I didn't stop until I was in my truck. I checked the gap between the seat and the console. The shoe was gone. I drove back to Seattle in a trance. I walked into my apartment, kissed Sarah, and went into the bathroom. I took my laser measure out of my pocket, the one the girl had handed me, and threw it into the trash. I thought it was over. I thought the measurement had anchored the room. But that night, as I was brushing my teeth, I looked at the mirror. I looked at the reflection of the hallway behind me. It looked normal. It looked measured. But then I noticed the light switch. In the reflection, the light switch was 3 inches higher than it was on the actual wall. I turned around. The switch was where it had always been. I looked back at the mirror. It was still higher. I took a deep breath and reached for my tape measure in my tool belt. I needed to know. I needed to be sure. I pulled the metal tape out and pressed it against the floor, extending it toward the ceiling. "Don't," a voice whispered. It didn't come from the wall or the air. It came from inside my own chest. I looked down at the tape measure. The numbers were changing. They weren't counting inches or centimeters anymore. They were counting down. 10:98. I dropped the tape. It hissed as it retracted, a metallic serpent coiling on the tile.
Darkness.
I am 37 years old now. I live in a tent in the middle of a desert in Arizona. There are no walls here. There are no corners. There is only the vast, immeasurable sky and the flat, red earth. I don't use rulers. I don't use blueprints. I don't even use a watch. Because I realized the truth that day in the bathroom. The room in the Blackwood estate wasn't a place. It was a perspective. Once you see the gap in the world, the gap starts to see you. And once you measure the darkness knows exactly how much space you take up. Every now and then, I see a hiker in the distance, carrying a GPS or a map. I want to yell at them. I want to tell them to throw their instruments away. I want to tell them that the world is much larger than they think and much more crowded. But I stay quiet. I just sit in the dirt and watch the sun move across the sky. Because I know that somewhere in a house in the Pacific Northwest, a door is drifting open. And somewhere else, in a clean, modern apartment in Seattle, a man is looking at a wall and wondering why the shadows don't line up. I just hope they don't try to measure the height, because some things are infinite, and the human mind was never meant to hold that much room. The desert is supposed to be the ultimate negation of architecture. There are no right angles in a shifting dune, no load-bearing beams in the scrub brush, and no joists in the heat shimmer that dances off the salt flats. For 2 years, I believed I had found the cure. I lived out of a canvas tent that I moved every 3 days, never staying long enough for the earth to remember the weight of my body. I threw away my compass. I broke my watch. I lived by the sun, an imprecise and uncaring landlord. But the mind of an architect is a cursed thing. Even without a ruler, I began to calculate. I would sit by my campfire and find myself estimating the cubic volume of the air between me and the horizon. I would look at the stars and instinctively try to draw invisible lines between them, framing the cosmos into manageable rectangular sections. The habit of measuring is not a skill. it is a pathology. It is the way we impose our will on a chaotic universe. And once you have invited that specific kind of order into your soul, the vacuum of the desert is just another room waiting to be defined. It started again on a Tuesday, or what I assumed was a Tuesday. The wind had died down, leaving the desert in a silence so profound it felt heavy, like the pressure in the hallway of the Blackwood estate. I was sitting on a folding stool, staring at the sand when I noticed a shadow. It was perfectly rectangular, about 4 inches long, cast by nothing. There was no rock, no cactus, no piece of debris to account for it. It was just a sharp, dark notch cut into the bright tan of the earth. I should have moved my camp right then. I should have packed the tent and driven my old truck until the tires melted. Instead, I did what I always do. I reached out. I wanted to see if the shadow had a dimension. As my finger approached the dark patch, the air grew cold. Not the cooling of a desert breeze, but the refrigerator chill of a cellar. My skin puckered. I touched the shadow and my finger didn't hit sand. It sank. It went through the surface of the earth as if the ground were made of black water. I pulled back, gasping, and looked at my hand. My fingertip was coated in a fine gray dust. Plaster dust. I stood up so quickly I knocked over my stool. I looked around the vast, empty expanse of the Mojave. There was nothing for miles but heat and dust, yet I could smell it now, that cloying, suffocating scent of lavender, detergent, and ozone. The leak hadn't stopped. It had just been waiting for me to settle. I realized then that the girl in the yellow dress hadn't been a prisoner of the house. She was the architect of it. She was the one who had to sit in that glass room above the world and hold the measurements together. And when I had measured the height, when I had confirmed the 12 feet and 4 inches of that impossible attic, I hadn't anchored the room to the house. I had anchored it to myself. I was the new coordinate. I spent the next several hours pacing a frantic circle around my tent, trying to outrun the geometry. But every time I turned, I saw more of them. Small, right-angled shadows appearing in the sand. A door frame shaped out of the heat haze. The faint, ghostly outline of a crown molding manifesting against the purple sunset. The desert was being partitioned. The infinite was being subdivided. By nightfall, the outlines had become physical. I was no longer standing in the open desert. I was standing in a skeletal version of my old Seattle apartment, reconstructed out of translucent, shimmering glass and desert grit. I could see the stars through the walls, but when I tried to walk past the boundary where the hallway should be, I slammed into a solid, invisible surface. I was trapped in a floor plan of my own making. I sat in the center of what would have been my living room, my back against the wall that wasn't there, and listened. The desert wind howled outside, but inside the glass perimeter, the air was dead still. Then, from the corner of the room, the exact spot where I used to keep my bookshelf, I heard it. Tab, tab, tab. It was coming from the ground. I looked down and the sand was gone. In its place was a section of polished hardwood flooring gleaming under the moonlight. The wood was cold. I pressed my ear to it, and I didn't hear the shifting of tectonic plates or the burrowing of desert insects. I heard a television, a muffled, distant broadcast of a weather report from 3 years ago. "The room is too tall," a voice whispered. I jumped back. The girl was standing in the kitchenway. She wasn't a ghost anymore. She looked more solid than I did. Her yellow dress was vibrant, the fabric rustling with a sound like dry leaves. She still had no face, just that smooth, terrifying expanse of wallpaper, but she was holding something out to me. It was my old laser measure, the one I had thrown away in Seattle. The screen was glowing a bright, sickly green. "You didn't finish," she said. Her voice didn't come from a mouth. It vibrated out of the air around her. "You measured the height of the room, but you didn't measure the depth of the shadow. You didn't calculate the weight of the silence." "I'm not an architect anymore," I screamed at her, my voice echoing off the invisible ceiling. I don't measure things. I don't care how big it is. Everything has a size, she countered, stepping closer. The hardwood floor expanded with every step she took, swallowing the desert sand in a wave of oak and varnish. If you don't define the space defines you. Look at your hands, Thomas. I looked. My hands were becoming translucent. I could see the skeletal structure of my fingers, and through the bone I could see the floorboards. I was becoming part of the blueprint. I was being drafted into the room. The Blackwood estate is full, she whispered. It has too many memories. It needs to export. It needs new foundations. You are a very sturdy foundation, Thomas. You have such a precise mind. She lunged at me, not with hands, but with the sheer force of the room's logic. The walls of the apartment slammed into place, no longer invisible but solid, painted in that soul-crushing shade of eggshell white. The desert disappeared. The stars were replaced by a popcorn ceiling. I was back in Seattle, but it was a Seattle made of memories and malice. I scrambled for the front door, but there was no handle. There was just a flat plane of wood. I turned to the window, but outside wasn't the street. It was the yellow wallpapered room from the mansion. I was inside a nesting doll of architectural nightmares. The girl was behind me now. I could feel the static electricity from her skin raising the hair on my arms. She pressed the laser measure into my hand. Measure the distance between your heart and the door, she commanded. Do it, and you can stay in the dream. Refuse, and you will become the gap. I looked at the device. The red dot was dancing on the blank wood where the door should be. My thumb hovered over the button. It would be so easy. One click, one measurement, and the world would be stable again. I would have a room. I would have a home. I would be safe within the walls of my own definitions. But I remembered the 12-foot gap. I remembered the air that felt like water. I remembered the feeling of being measured by the house, the way it had stripped me of my own reality until I was nothing but a series of numbers on a page. No, I said. I didn't throw the measure this time. I gripped it in both hands and smashed it against the floor. The plastic casing shattered. The glass screen burst into 1,000 shards. The green light flared once, blindingly bright, and then died. The room screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of 1,000 nails being pulled from dry wood. The walls buckled. The ceiling sagged. The hardwood floor beneath me liquefied, turning back into the shifting, unstable sand of the Mojave. The girl in the yellow dress began to unravel, her wallpaper skin peeling away in long, serrated strips, revealing nothing but hollow darkness underneath. The height, she wailed, her voice fading into the wind. You forgot the height. I fell. I wasn't falling through the floor, I was falling through the map. I saw the Blackwood estate from above, a tiny, rotting tooth in the jaw of the forest. I saw my apartment in Seattle, a sterile box in a city of boxes. I saw the desert, a blank page waiting to be written on. I hit the ground with a bone-jarring thud. I woke up at dawn. The sun was a sliver of fire on the horizon. My tent was gone, blown away by a storm I didn't remember. My truck was 100 yards away, half buried in a snowdrift of sand. I was alone. I stood up, my joints aching, and looked down at my feet. There in the sand was a single black leather shoe, a child's shoe. I didn't pick it up. I didn't look at it for more than a second. I walked to my truck, dug it out with my bare hands, and started the engine. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I knew that if I did, I wouldn't see the desert. I would see a hallway.
Lost in the darkness.
I drove until I hit the interstate, and then I kept driving. I don't go to the desert anymore. I don't go to cities. I live in a boat now, a small, rusted trawler in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. There are no walls here that don't creak and groan with the tide. The floor is never level. The horizon is a circle, not a square. Water has no memory. It cannot be measured in the way wood and stone can. It is always moving, always changing its dimensions. The house cannot follow me here. The girl in the yellow dress cannot walk on the waves. But sometimes, when the sea is very calm and the moon is very bright, I look down into the dark water, and deep, deep below the surface, where the light shouldn't reach, I see it. A glow, a pale yellow light. It's shaped like a window, and as I watch, a red laser dot appears on the hull of my boat, right beneath my feet. It's not measuring the boat, it's measuring the depth. It's measuring how far I have to fall before I reach the room they've built for me at the bottom of the world. I pick up the oars and I row. I row until my hands bleed and my heart hammers against my ribs. I row because I know that as long as I am moving, I am not a coordinate. As long as I am lost, I cannot be found. But I know the truth. The world is an estate with infinite rooms, and we are all just tenants who forgot to read the lease. We think we are the ones doing the measuring. We think we are the ones who decide where the walls go. We aren't. We are just the furniture, and eventually, the architect always comes back to see if we still fit the space. I look at the horizon and I pray for a storm. I pray for waves so high they have no height. I pray for a world that refuses to be measured. Because if the red dot ever stops moving, if it ever finds the center of my chest and stays there, I'll have to open the door, and I already know what's on the other side. It's a 12-foot gap, and it's exactly my size. The storm did not come. For 3 weeks, the Gulf of Mexico was a sheet of hammered lead, so still that the reflection of the sun felt like a physical weight pressing against the hull of the St. Jude asterisk. I stayed in the center of the deck, away from the gunnels because the water had become too clear. When the sea is that calm, it loses its opacity. It becomes a lens. I could see the schools of mahi-mahi darting like neon needles, and below them, the slow, rhythmic pulse of jellyfish. But deeper still, past the reach of the sun, there was a geometry that didn't belong to the ocean. I saw the sharp 90-degree corner of a roofline rising from the silt of the seabed. It wasn't a wreck. It wasn't a sunken Spanish galleon or a downed plane. It was a peak of gray shingles, pristine and untouched by salt or barnacles, poking out of the abyss like a mountain top. I knew that roof. I had traced its pitch on a blueprinted vellum 10 years ago. It was the gable of the Blackwood estate. I stopped rowing. My hands were a map of broken blisters and salt stings, but the physical pain was a luxury. It reminded me that I had a perimeter. I sat on the center bench and stared at my feet. I tried to think of things that couldn't be quantified. Love, fear, the smell of Sarah's hair before she left me. But even those felt like variables in an equation I was failing to solve. 12 feet 4 inches. The number was a parasite. It lived in the folds of my brain, vibrating at a frequency that made my teeth ache. I looked at the rusted tackle box at the bow. Inside, there was a gutting knife and a spool of heavy-duty fishing line. I took the spool out. It was rated for 200 pounds. I looked at the water, then back at the line. I was going to measure the depth. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was doing it again. Even here, in the middle of a featureless expanse of salt water, my mind was seeking the comfort of a limit. I wanted to know how far down that roof was. I wanted to know the square footage of the shadow it cast on the ocean floor. I wanted to define the nightmare so that I could pretend I owned it. "Don't," I whispered to the empty air. The water rippled. A single bubble broke the surface next to the boat, releasing a faint puff of air that smelled unmistakably of old, dry-rotted cedar. I stood up, the boat rocking precariously. "Get away from me," I screamed at the depths. "There's no room here, it's all water, it's all chaos." A sound came back to me. It wasn't an echo because there were no walls to bounce the sound. It was a resonance. It came from the wood of the boat itself. Tap, tap, tap. Someone was knocking on the underside of the hull. 3 polite, rhythmic raps, as if a visitor were standing on the surface of the ocean and asking for entry. I collapsed onto the deck, my heart hammering a frantic, irregular rhythm that defied any metronome. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound didn't come from the outside. It was a structural vibration. I looked at the floorboards of the St. Jude asterisk. They were old, salt-bleached pine, warped by decades of moisture. But as I watched, the grain of the wood began to straighten. The gray, weathered texture smoothed out, turning into a rich, dark mahogany. The rusted nails pulled themselves flush with the wood, their heads turning into polished brass. The boat wasn't sinking. It was being renovated. I scrambled to the side and looked over the edge. The water was gone. The St. Jude wasn't floating on the Gulf of Mexico anymore. It was suspended in a vast, dark void, held up by nothing but the sheer conceptual force of a floor. Below me, stretching out in every direction, was a carpet. A deep, plush crimson carpet with a pattern of golden lilies. It was the carpet from the main hallway of the mansion. I wasn't in the boat. I was in a room that was shaped like a boat, situated in a house that was shaped like the world. I looked up. There were no stars. There was only a ceiling, so high it was lost in shadow, but I could feel the weight of it. I could feel the joists and the rafters and the insulation pressing down on the air. "Thomas," a voice said. I turned. Sarah was standing at the stern. She was wearing the dress she had worn to our wedding, a simple, elegant white silk, but her face wasn't right. Her features were shifting, her nose lengthening and then shortening, her eyes moving an inch to the left and then back again. She looked like a sketch that hadn't been finalized. "You're not real," I choked out. "You're in Seattle, you're safe." "I'm as real as the measurements you took," she said. Her voice had a hollow, metallic ring, like a recording played in a cathedral. "You defined me, Thomas. You knew the exact circumference of my waist. You knew the distance between my pupils. You mapped me out until there was no mystery left. Why are you surprised to find me here?" She stepped toward me, and the mahogany floor expanded to meet her feet. The boat was dissolving, the gunnels melting into wainscoting, the mast stretching and squaring off into a fluted Corinthian column. "I was trying to understand," I said, backing away until my heels hit the new baseboard. "I thought if I knew the dimensions, I could keep it all together. I thought order was safety." "Order is a cage," Sarah said. She held out a hand. In her palm lay a small silver key. "The girl in the yellow dress. She didn't want you to stay. She wanted you to replace her. She was tired of holding the tape measure. She was tired of being the point of origin." The walls were solidifying now. They were covered in the same yellow wallpaper I had seen in the attic, the pattern of interlocking vines twisting and writhing, as if they were trying to find a way out of the paper. "Where am I?" I whispered. "You're in the center of the house," she said. "The room that has no exterior, the space between the breaths of the world." She walked to the wall, the one that had replaced the horizon, and inserted the silver key into a tiny, invisible hole. She turned it, and a door creaked open. It wasn't a door to another room. It was a door to a staircase. A narrow, spiraling set of stone steps that went down into a darkness so absolute it seemed to radiate a cold light. "The girl fell," I said, remembering the confetti drift of the yellow dress. "I saw her fall 3 stories." "She didn't fall down," Sarah said, her image flickering like a dying bulb. "She fell out, and now someone has to go down and find the bottom. Someone has to measure the foundation, Thomas. If the foundation isn't measured, the whole house will drift. It will start to overlap with other things. It will start to bleed into the dreams of children. It will start to occupy the spaces between thoughts." She stepped back, her form becoming translucent, merging with the yellow vines on the wall. "Go down, Thomas. Find the 0 point. Find the place where the numbers start." The door stayed open. The smell wafting up from the stairs was no longer lavender or cedar. It was the smell of cold iron and ancient, wet earth. It was the smell of the beginning of time. I looked at my hands. They were solid again. I wasn't fading into the blueprint anymore. I was being forged into a tool. I felt a weight in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out a heavy brass plumb bob attached to a silken cord. It was an instrument of gravity. It was a way to find the absolute vertical in a world that was tilting. I didn't have a choice. The boat was gone. The sea was gone. The desert was a memory of a memory. There was only the house, and the house was hungry for a conclusion. I stepped onto the first stone stair. It was cold enough to burn. I began to descend. I didn't count the steps. I knew that counting was a trap, but I let the plumb bob hang freely in my hand. The cord stayed slack for the first dozen turns, but then it began to pull, not down, but sideways. Something at the bottom was exerting a gravitational force that didn't obey the laws of the earth. As I went deeper, the walls of the staircase began to change. They weren't stone anymore. They were made of bone. Thousands of tiny, delicate ribcage and femurs stacked with the precision of a master mason. They were bleached white and polished to a high sheen. I realized with a jolt of horror that these weren't animal bones. They were the skeletal remains of every measurement ever taken. Every cubit, every fathom, every league that had ever been used to try and tame the wildness of the universe was calcified here, forming the spine of the mansion. The air grew thick and hummed with a low-frequency vibration that I felt in my marrow. I turned a final corner and the staircase ended. I was standing on a catwalk made of rusted iron grating. Below me was a chamber so vast that my mind refused to process its scale. It was a cathedral of gears and pendulums. Massive, house-sized brass wheels turned with agonizing slowness, driven by chains that disappeared into the heights above. Huge, leaden weights swung in terrifying arcs, their shadows sweeping across the floor like the hands of a cosmic clock. This was the engine room of reality. This was where the dimensions were manufactured. In the center of the chamber, sitting on a simple wooden stool, was a man. He was wearing a tattered gray suit and a fedora that shadowed his face. In his lap was a ledger the size of a tombstone. He was writing with a quill pen, the scratching of the nib audible even over the roar of the gears. "You're late," he said without looking up. "I didn't want to come," I said, my voice sounding thin and brittle. "No one wants to come to the basement," the man said. He turned a page. The sound was like a thunderclap. "But someone has to keep the books. Someone has to make sure that an inch in London is an inch in the desert. Someone has to hold the line against the blur." He looked up then. He didn't have eyes. He had two perfectly circular holes in his skull, and through them I could see the gears turning behind his head. "The girl in the yellow dress, she was my apprentice," he said. "She was good at the heights. She understood the verticality of sorrow, but she lacked the stomach for the depths. She let a gap form, a 12-foot, 4-inch gap in the attic of the Blackwood estate. Do you have any idea what a gap like that does to a world?" "It lets things in," I whispered. "No," the man snapped. "It lets things out. It lets the meaning leak away. It turns a home into a hallway. It turns a man into a ghost." He stood up, and I realized he was nearly 8 feet tall, his limbs elongated and spindly like a spider's. He walked across the iron grating toward me, his movements jerky and mechanical. "You measured it, Thomas. You saw the gap and you gave it a name. You gave it a number, and by doing that you claimed it. You made it yours." He reached out and took the plumb bob from my hand. He held it up, watching it swing in the strange, sideways gravity of the chamber. "Now," he said, "you have to close it. You have to go back to the room in the glass, and you have to take the final measurement. You have to measure the distance between the world that is and the world that should be." "How do I do that?" I asked. The man leaned in close. His breath smelled of ozone and ancient paper. "You have to jump, Thomas. You have to jump into the gap and see how long it takes for you to hit the bottom. You are the only instrument precise enough to finish the job." He shoved the ledger into my arms. It was heavier than I could have imagined, the weight of every wall and floor in existence pressing down on my chest. "Go," he commanded. "The house is waiting, the girl is waiting, the measurement is incomplete." The chamber began to spin. The gears turned faster and faster, their hum rising to a shriek. The bone walls of the staircase dissolved into a blur of white light. I wasn't in the basement anymore. I was standing on the glass platform in the attic of the Blackwood estate. The red laser dot was still there, dancing on the glass wall, but the word on the display had changed. It didn't say run anymore. It said asterisk here. I looked down through the cracked glass. 3 stories below, the girl in the yellow dress was sitting on the bed. She looked up at me, and for the first time she had a face. It was my face. She smiled, a terrifying, symmetrical expression of relief. She held out her arms, waiting for the confetti to fall. I looked at the ledger in my hands. I looked at the dark abyss where the floor should be. I realized that the man in the basement was wrong. I wasn't the instrument. I wasn't the architect. I was the gap. I took a step forward,
Lost in the darkness,
glass shattering completely beneath my boots.
I'm not alone.
As I tipped over the edge, as I began the long, slow drift down toward the yellow room, I didn't feel fear. I felt a strange, terrifying sense of expansion. I wasn't falling. I was growing to fill the space. By the time I hit the bed, I was 12 feet and 4 inches tall. I was made of wallpaper and wood and the smell of lavender. I was a room that had finally found its occupant. The charcoal gray door slammed shut. In the silence that followed, I heard a truck pulling up the gravel driveway. I heard the engine cut out. I heard the heavy, rhythmic thud of a man's boots on the porch steps. I sat on the edge of the bed and waited. I smoothed out the skirts of my yellow dress. I picked up the laser measure from the nightstand and checked the battery. The front door creaked open. "Hello," a voice called out, a young man's voice, an architect's voice. "Is anyone here? I'm here for the survey." I smiled. I could feel the house stretching, its joists groaning with anticipation. The measurement was about to begin again, and this time I was going to make sure the numbers were perfect. The floorboards of the upper hallway groaned under the weight of the newcomer's footsteps, a sound I felt not in my ears, but in the very grain of my skin. I sat on the edge of the bed in the room that was both a sanctuary and a cell, my hands folded primly in my lap. The yellow silk of the dress felt like a second layer of dermis, cool and slick, smelling faintly of the pressed wildflowers that lived in the interstitial spaces of the walls. I looked at the digital display of the laser measure. The red numbers flickered, struggling to find a fixed point in a room that was currently expanding to accommodate the presence of a witness. 12-4. It was a constant now, a tether. Below I heard the man, the new Thomas, the one who still believed in the sovereignty of the physical world, moving through the foyer. I could hear the rhythmic asterisk click-clack of his heels on the checkered marble. I knew exactly where he was. He was standing beneath the chandelier, looking up at the spiral staircase, his neck craning at the impossible geometry of the banister. He would be reaching into his leather satchel now, pulling out a notebook with crisp, unlined pages. He would be thinking about load-bearing walls and Victorian aesthetics. He didn't know yet that he was walking through the chambers of a heart that had stopped beating a century ago. "Hello," he called again. His voice was higher than mine had been, tinged with the breathless anxiety of someone who felt the eyes of the portraits following him. "Mr. Blackwood, I'm from the Historical Society. I have the keys." He didn't have the keys. The house had the keys. It had simply allowed him to believe he was the one turning the locks. I stood up. My movements were fluid, choreographed by the architecture itself. I walked to the charcoal gray door, the one that had once been my exit and was now my interface. I didn't open it. I leaned my forehead against the wood and listened to the house breathe. It was a wet, heavy sound, like the bellows of a forge submerged in oil. The man was climbing the stairs now. 1, 2, 3. On the 7th step, the wood would chirp like a dying bird. Chirp. There it was. On the 11th step, the air would grow 5 degrees colder as he passed through the draft of the missing servants' quarters. I felt his shiver as if it were my own. I began to hum. It wasn't a song I recognized. It was the frequency of the house's foundation, the low thrumming vibration of the gears I had seen in the basement. The footsteps stopped on the landing outside the attic door. I could see his shadow through the gap at the bottom of the frame, a flickering, uncertain shape that didn't quite match the dimensions of a human being. In this house, shadows were prone to exaggeration. "Is someone there?" he whispered. I could hear the paper of his notebook fluttering as his hands began to shake. I turned the brass knob. It didn't make a sound. The door swung inward, inviting him into the yellow. He was younger than I remembered being. His face was unlined, his eyes bright with the dangerous curiosity of the uninitiated. He stood in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the dim, dusty light of the hallway, looking into the room that shouldn't exist. He looked at the wallpaper, the writhing vines, the hidden faces in the pattern. He looked at the bed, and then, finally, he looked at me. He didn't scream. That was the first mistake. He simply stared, his brain trying to categorize me, trying to fit the sight of a 12-foot-tall woman in a yellow dress into the filing cabinet of his reality. I saw the moment the cabinet broke. I saw his eyes glaze over as the logic of the mansion began to overwrite his own. "You're the occupant," he stammered. He didn't look at my face. He couldn't. His gaze was fixed on the hem of my dress, which pooled on the floor like a spill of sulfur. "I am the measurement," I said. My voice was the sound of a house settling at night. "I am the space between what you see and what you know." I held out the laser measure. The red dot found the center of his forehead and stayed there, a third eye made of light. "Measure me, Thomas," I commanded. He took a step back, his heel catching on the threshold. I just need to finish the floor plan. They said the attic was empty. They said the square footage was unaccounted for." "The square footage is infinite," I said, stepping toward him. Each movement required a subtle recalibration of the ceiling. The rafters shifted upward to make room for my crown. The floor sank to support my weight. The house is not a place. It is a process, and you are the next variable. I reached out and touched his cheek. My fingers felt like cold plaster. He flinched, but he didn't run. The house wouldn't let him run. The hallway behind him had already begun to stretch, the exit door receding into a pinprick of light a mile away. "Why are you doing this?" he choked out. "Because the architect is coming back," I whispered, leaning down until my face was inches from his. "And he doesn't like loose ends. He doesn't like gaps. I spent my life trying to find the center of the world, only to realize that the center is a vacuum. It pulls everything in until there's nothing left but the walls." I forced the laser measure into his hand. His fingers closed around it instinctively. "Start with the windows," I said. "Count the panes. Tell me why there are 7 on the outside but only 6 on the inside. Explain the missing glass, Thomas. Solve the equation of the light." He looked at the device in his hand as if it were a live grenade. Then, with the mechanical desperation of a man drowning, he raised it. He pointed it at the far wall. "Clicking. 22:8. Again," I said. "Clicking. 14:2. The room was pulsing now, breathing in rhythm with his heartbeat. With every measurement he took, the dimensions shifted. The walls moved inward, then outward. The ceiling dipped like a heavy curtain. He began to pace the room, frantically clicking the button, trying to find a number that stayed still. "It's changing," he yelled. "The numbers won't hold, the math is wrong." "The math isn't wrong," I said, watching him from the corner. "The math is honest. It's the world that's lying to you. You think a room is a box. A room is an appetite." He turned toward the glass floor, the cracked, transparent platform that looked down into the void of the lower levels. He saw the girl, the other me, the one who had fallen, still sitting on the bed 3 stories down. He saw the infinite recursion of yellow rooms, stacked like a deck of cards. "I have to get out," he whimpered. He turned back to the door, but the door was gone. In its place was a solid wall of yellow vines, the patterns now so dense they looked like a weave of muscle. "There is no out," I said. "There is only deeper. There is only the basement where the gears turn, or the attic where the light dies. Which will you choose, Thomas? Will you be the one who records the fall or the one who hits the ground?" He dropped his notebook. The pages scattered, the white paper turning yellow as soon as it touched the floorboards. He fell to his knees, clutching the laser measure to his chest.
Lost in
"Please,"
darkness,
he sobbed.
these cracked pipes
"I have a
overhead
life, I
and
have a
sign
wife.
I'm not
Her
alone."
name is Sarah." The name hit me like a physical blow. For a second, the yellow haze cleared. I saw the asterisk St. Jude floating on a leaden sea. I felt the salt on my lips and the ache of the oars in my hands. I remembered the red dot on the horizon. "Sarah is a coordinate," I said, my voice cracking. "She is a point on a map you can no longer read. Forget her, Thomas. She is part of the world that refuses to be measured. She is the chaos. This is the order." I knelt beside him, my massive shadow swallowing him whole. I placed my hand over his, guiding the laser toward the floor. "Look at the gap," I whispered. He looked down through the glass. The crack I had made when I fell was still there, a jagged spider web in the transparency. But it wasn't just a crack in glass. It was a crack in the fabric of the house. Through it, I could see the gears of the engine room far below. I could see the man in the gray suit, his eyeless sockets turned upward, waiting for his next ledger entry. "Jump," I said. "No," he gasped. "If you jump, the measurement ends. If you stay, you become the wall. You become the pattern. You'll spend an eternity watching the next man walk through that door, waiting for him to take your place so you can finally stop being 12 feet and 4 inches. He looked at me then, really looked at me. He saw the sorrow behind the yellow silk. He saw the way my limbs were beginning to stiffen into architectural supports. He saw the price of the lease. "Is there a bottom?" he asked. "I don't know," I lied. "I haven't reached it yet." He stood up, his legs shaking. He walked to the edge of the glass. The house went silent. The gears below stopped grinding. The wind outside the mansion ceased to blow. The entire universe held its breath, waiting for a single data point to be confirmed. He looked at the laser measure one last time. He turned it toward himself, pointing the beam at his own heart. 00. He smiled. It was a small, broken thing. "The center," he whispered. And then he stepped off. He didn't scream as he fell. He drifted down like a piece of confetti, his body shrinking as he descended, passing through the layers of the house. I watched him go, a white spark in the dark throat of the mansion. I watched until he was nothing but a dot, and then far below, I heard the faint, metallic asterisk clink asterisk of a plumb bob hitting a stone floor. The house shuddered. The walls of the yellow room groaned and contracted. The ceiling lowered until it was a standard 8 feet. The wainscoting returned to simple, painted wood. The charcoal gray door reappeared, slightly ajar, revealing a normal, dusty hallway. I felt myself shrinking. The yellow dress dissolved, the silk turning into the rough denim of my work pants. My hands became small again, scarred and calloused. My height retreated inch by agonizing inch until I was back to my original frame. I was standing in an empty attic. There was no glass floor. There was no girl on a bed below. There was only a pile of old, yellowed newspapers and a broken rocking chair in the corner. I looked down. In my hand, I was holding a silver key. I walked out of the room. I walked down the spiral staircase, my boots echoing on the marble. I didn't look at the portraits. I didn't look at the shadows. I walked out the front door and onto the porch. The sun was setting, casting long, orange fingers across the overgrown lawn. My truck was parked in the driveway, its engine ticking as it cooled. The world looked real. It looked unmeasured. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. I dialed Sarah's number. It rang once, twice, 3 times. "Hello," she said. Her voice was warm, vibrant, and blissfully unquantified. "Thomas, is that you? You've been gone for hours. Did you finish the survey?" I looked back at the Blackwood estate. The windows were dark, reflecting the dying light like the eyes of a blind man. I thought about the man in the basement, writing in his ledger. I thought about the gap that was now, finally, closed. "I finished it," I said. "The house is. It's exactly the size it needs to be." "Good," she said. "Come home, I'm making dinner. I don't care about the square footage, I just want you here." "I'm coming home," I said. I got into the truck and started the engine. I backed down the driveway, the gravel crunching under the tires. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if the house was still there. But as I drove away, as the mansion disappeared into the trees, I felt a familiar weight in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out the laser measure. The screen was still on. It wasn't showing a distance. It wasn't showing an error code. It was showing a countdown. 10-9-8. I threw the device out the window, watching it bounce into the weeds. I pressed my foot to the accelerator, the needle on the speedometer climbing. 60, 70, 80. I wanted to go faster than the numbers could follow. But in the back of my mind, I knew the truth. The lease wasn't over. I had just traded one room for another. And somewhere in a basement at the bottom of the world, the architect was turning a page, waiting for the next tenant to move in. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. I looked at the road ahead, at the infinite, unmeasured horizon, and I prayed for a storm. I prayed for a world that refused to fit. Because if the countdown ever reached 0, I knew exactly what I'd find in my rearview mirror. A 12-foot gap, and it would be exactly my size. The tires shrieked against the asphalt as I pushed the truck into a blind curve, the headlights cutting jagged swaths through the encroaching mist of the valley. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in a ribcage of cold iron. I kept glancing at the passenger seat, half expecting to see the laser measure sitting there, its red eye blinking in the dark, mocking my escape. But the seat was empty, save for a few stray crumbs and an old map of the county that now felt like a work of fiction. The radio crackled, a burst of static that sounded like the grinding of those subterranean gears. I reached out to kill the power, but my hand froze. Through the white noise, a rhythmic thudding emerged. Thud, thud, thud. It was the sound of boots on a porch. My boots, his boots, the house's boots. "Sarah," I whispered, the name a desperate talisman. "I'm coming home, Sarah." I reached the interstate, the wide ribbon of black concrete offering a temporary illusion of freedom. I merged into the sparse night traffic, tucked between a long-haul semi and a sensible sedan. I needed the presence of others. I needed the mundane, the exhaust fumes, and the harsh glare of highway sodium lamps to bleach the yellow silk from my retinas. But as I looked at the speedometer, the needle began to flicker. It didn't just vibrate, it jumped. 65, 82, 41, 104. The numbers were losing their grip on reality. I looked at the odometer, the digital display scrolling through digits so fast they became a blur of red light. I wasn't traveling distance anymore. I was traveling through a ledger. I pulled into a gas station 20 miles outside the estate's perimeter. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed with a predatory intensity, a high-pitched shriek that set my teeth on edge. I stepped out of the truck, my legs feeling strangely long, my gait heavy and clumsy. I walked toward the glass doors of the convenience store, but stopped when I saw my reflection. The glass was dark, backed by the gloom of the interior. In the reflection, I wasn't wearing my work jacket. The man in the glass was wearing a yellow suit. His face was a symmetrical mask of relief. I blinked and the image vanished. I was just Thomas again, haggard, pale, and smelling of old wood. I went to the restroom and splashed cold water on my face. The porcelain sink felt too smooth, like it had been polished by 1,000 years of falling water. I looked down at the drain, a black circle of plastic and grime. For a second, I thought I saw a red laser dot dancing at the bottom of the pipe. "Get a grip," I hissed at the mirror. "It's a house, it's just a house." I walked back to the truck, but as I passed the air pump station, I heard a voice. It was faint, coming from the shadows behind the dumpster. 12 feet, the voice croaked. 4 inches. I spun around. There was an old man sitting on a milk crate, his clothes tattered, his eyes clouded with cataracts. He held a wooden yardstick in his hands, snapping it back and forth between his fingers. "What did you say?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The old man didn't look up. "The gap," he said. "You can't drive away from a gap, son. You just carry it with you. You're the suitcase now. You're the vessel." "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, backing away toward the truck. "The architect doesn't build with bricks," the old man muttered, his voice dropping to a rhythmic chant. "He builds with the space between the bricks. He builds with the silence between the words. You think you left the Blackwood estate. Look at your tires, boy. Look at the tread." I looked down. The tires weren't covered in mud or asphalt. They were coated in a fine, pale powder, bone dust. I scrambled into the cab and slammed the door, locking it with a frantic click. I didn't look back at the old man. I peeled out of the gas station, the engine roaring in protest. By the time I reached the outskirts of the city, the sky had turned a bruised purple. The familiar landmarks of my life, the water tower, the old cinema, the park where I'd proposed to Sarah, looked different. They looked like stage flats, thin and two-dimensional, propped up by invisible scaffolding. I could see the seams where the sky met the horizon. I could see the flickering of the light at the edges of my vision, as if the world were a film projection running on a dying bulb. I pulled into my driveway. My house, a modest 2-story colonial, stood waiting. It was a good house. It had a solid foundation. It had been surveyed a dozen times. Sarah was standing in the window, her silhouette framed by the warm glow of the kitchen light. She waved at me. I felt a surge of love so intense it hurt, a grounding wire for my soul. I ran to the front door, fumbling with my keys. "Sarah," I shouted as I burst inside. She met me in the hallway, wrapping her arms around my neck. She smelled of garlic and lemon and the shampoo she always used. She felt solid. She felt real. Hey, she said, laughing softly. "You're shaking. What happened out there? Was it that bad?" It was. It was just an old house," I said, burying my face in her shoulder. "Too many shadows. I think I just need some sleep." "You need dinner first," she said, pulling back to look at me. Her expression shifted, her brow furrowing. "Thomas, why are you standing like that?" "Like what?" "You're crouching," she said, her voice tinged with a sudden sharp edge of fear. "Your head, it's almost touching the ceiling." I stood up straight. My crown brushed the plaster. I looked at the ceiling fan. It looked dangerously close, the blades like spinning knives. I looked at the doorway to the kitchen. It looked like a dollhouse entrance. "I'm just tired, Sarah. The proportions, they're just off in my head." "Come sit down," she said, leading me into the dining room. I sat at the table, but the chair felt like a toy. I felt my knees bumping against the underside of the wood. Sarah set a plate in front of me, but I couldn't focus on the food. I was looking at the walls. The wallpaper in our dining room was a simple floral print, pale blue roses on a white background. But as I watched, the roses began to shift. The blue bled into the white. The stems began to grow, twisting and coiling like vines. They began to form patterns, faces, symmetrical expressions of relief. "Thomas, eat," Sarah said. I looked at her. She was sitting across from me, but she seemed a mile away. The table was stretching. The space between us was expanding, a vast, wooden desert growing by the second. "Sarah, come closer," I whispered. "I'm right here," she said, but her voice was echoing, bouncing off walls that were no longer 10 feet apart. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, the skin stretched tight over the bone. My fingers were lengthening, the nails turning into sharp, yellow talons. I looked at my sleeves. The denim was fading. The blue was being replaced by a vibrant, sickly yellow. "The measurement," I groaned, clutching my head. It didn't stop. "What measurement?" Sarah asked. She stood up, but she didn't walk toward me. She couldn't. The floor was moving, a conveyor belt of hardwood pulling her back toward the kitchen. "The house," I screamed. "It's not the Blackwood estate, it's all of it. Everything is a room, everything is being measured." I stood up, and this time I didn't stop. My head punched through the plaster of the ceiling. I felt the insulation, the cold attic air, the jagged edges of the joists. I kept growing, my shoulders widening until they pressed against the load-bearing walls. "Thomas, stop it, you're breaking the house." Sarah was screaming now, a tiny, distant sound. I looked down through the hole in the floor. I saw her, a small figure in a blue dress, standing in a room that was rapidly becoming a well. I saw the furniture sliding toward the corners, the rug bunching up like a discarded skin. I reached out my hand to grab her, but my arm was a pillar of wood and lath. My fingers were rafters. I wasn't a man anymore. I was an addition. I was a renovation. "I'm the gap, Sarah," I roared, my voice the sound of a structural failure. "I'm the space that was missing." The roof of my house burst open. I stood up into the night air, my head rising above the tree line. I looked down at the neighborhood. Every house was glowing with a faint, yellow light. Every chimney was a marking on a ruler. I could see the grid of the city, a giant ledger laid out across the earth. I saw the trucks, not just one, but dozens of them, pulling up into driveways all across the suburb. Men in gray suits were stepping out, carrying leather satchels and laser measures. They were walking toward the doors. They were calling out hello to wives and children who didn't know they were about to become variables. I looked toward the horizon, toward the Blackwood estate. A beam of red light shot up from the forest, a laser pointer aimed at the stars. It hit the moon, and for a second, I saw a number flicker across the lunar surface. 230, 8,855 miles. The measurement was perfect. I felt a hand on my ankle. I looked down through the wreckage of my home. Sarah was there, but she wasn't Sarah anymore. She was wearing a yellow dress. She was holding a ledger. She looked up at me, her face a symmetrical mask of relief. "The architect is pleased, Thomas," she said, her voice a chorus of 1,000 creaking floorboards. "The survey is complete. The world is finally the right size." I looked at my hands, which were now the size of billboards. I looked at the sky, which was being pulled down like a heavy curtain of yellow silk. I didn't feel fear. I felt a strange, terrifying sense of expansion. I took a step forward, my foot crushing a row of houses, the glass of 100 windows shattering beneath my boots. I wasn't walking. I was filling the space. I looked at the ledger in Sarah's hands. I saw my name. I saw the number. 12-4. It was a constant, a tether. I began to hum, the frequency of the Earth's foundation vibrating in my marrow. The gears below the crust of the world began to turn, a wet, heavy sound like the bellows of a forge submerged in oil. The stars began to go out, one by one, as the ceiling of the universe was lowered to meet us. "Is anyone here?" a voice called out from the darkness. A young man's voice, an architect's voice. I smiled. I could feel the galaxy stretching, its joists groaning with anticipation. "I'm here," I whispered, my voice the sound of a world settling into its final dimensions. "I'm here for the survey." The young man stood on the threshold of the ruin that had once been my foyer. He was clutching a clipboard, his knuckles white against the pressed wood, his eyes darting from the splintered doorframe to the impossible height of the ceiling, or what remained of it. To him, I must have looked like a mountain of architectural debris, a localized earthquake that had forgotten to stop. He couldn't see the yellow silk yet. He couldn't see the way my ribs had become the rafters of a cathedral that didn't belong to any god. "Hello," he called again, his voice cracking. "I'm from the municipal planning office. We had reports of a structural anomaly." I wanted to tell him to run. I wanted to scream that the anomaly wasn't just in this house, but in the very air he was breathing, in the way the shadows of the trees outside were lengthening with a mathematical precision that defied the position of the moon. But my tongue was a heavy slab of marble now, and my throat was a chimney flue choked with the soot of 1,000 burned ledgers. Beside my colossal, unmoving foot, Sarah, or the thing that wore her skin and a yellow dress, stepped forward. She moved with a terrifying, fluid grace, her heels clicking on the broken floorboards with the rhythm of a metronome. "You're early," she said. Her voice was melodic, stripped of the worry that had defined her just an hour ago. "The expansion hasn't reached the property line yet, but please come in. We've been expecting a second opinion." The young man took a hesitant step. He looked up, his gaze traveling past the shattered drywall, past my knees, which were the size of oak trunks, up into the dark where my face hung like a pale moon. He didn't scream. That was the most horrific part of the architect's design. It didn't inspire terror so much as a profound, soul-crushing realization of one's own insignificance. He looked at me and saw a variable that had been solved. "My God," he whispered, "the square footage, it's off the charts." "It's exactly what it needs to be," Sarah replied. She reached into the pocket of her yellow silk dress and pulled out a silver key. It was the twin to the one I had taken from the Blackwood estate. She held it out to him. "Would you like to see the basement? The architect says the foundation is finally settling." The young man reached for the key. As his fingers brushed the silver, a red dot appeared on his chest. It was a laser, thin as a hair, vibrating with the pulse of his heart. I watched from my height, my vision telescoping, seeing the cellular level of his fear. The red dot didn't stay on his chest. It began to scan him, flicking to his eyes, his throat, his height. 5'11". The number appeared in the air between them, glowing with a soft, neon blue. It hung there for a second before dissolving into a fine mist of light. I shouldn't," the man said, even as his legs began to move him forward, compelled by the geometry of the room. "I have a wife. I have a dog. I have a lease." "The lease has been reassigned," Sarah said. I tried to move. I tried to bring my massive arm down to crush the floor, to break the spell, to save this boy from the ledger. But I was no longer a tenant with agency. I was a load-bearing wall. My muscles were cured lumber, my nerves were copper wiring, and my blood was the slow, rhythmic drip of a leaky pipe in a room that no one ever visited. I felt the weight of the house, my house, the Blackwood house, the world house, pressing down on my shoulders. I was holding up the sky, and the sky was made of yellow silk. The young man followed Sarah toward the kitchen, where the floor had opened into a dark, square throat. They descended. I watched them go, two sparks of light falling into the deep, metallic dark. I heard the asterisk clink asterisk of a plumb bob. The moment they disappeared, the neighborhood changed. The houses across the street didn't just look like stage flats anymore. They began to fold. They collapsed inward, the wood and brick becoming thin as paper, stacking themselves into neat, vertical piles. The trees retracted into the earth like umbrellas being closed. The streetlights bent their heads, their glass eyes turning inward to illuminate the subterranean gears that were now grinding loud enough to shake the stars. I looked down at myself. The yellow suit was glowing. My skin was becoming translucent, revealing the framework beneath. I wasn't made of bone, I was made of measurements. My forearms were marked with inches, my thighs with feet. My heart was a ticking clock, counting down to a zero that was universal. I looked at the horizon. The city was gone. In its place was an infinite grid of gray stone and yellow light. It was a blueprint made flesh. Every mile was accounted for. Every inch was justified. There were no more wild places. There were no more unmeasured shadows. The architect had finished the sketch and we were the ink. A wind began to blow, but it didn't smell of rain or earth. It smelled of old paper and ozone. It blew through my hollowed-out chest, making a sound like a flute. W-H-H-H-H-Huo. W-H-H-H-H-Huo. It was a name, my name, or perhaps it was just the sound of a vacuum being filled. I saw them then emerging from the folds of the folded houses, the others, the previous tenants. They were giants like me, towers of wood and silk standing at regular intervals across the grid. Some were 12 feet tall, some were 50. Some were so large their heads were lost in the yellow clouds. We were the pillars of the new estate. We were the corners of the rooms. I saw the man from the Blackwood basement. He was standing 3 miles to my left, his ledger now the size of a stadium. He was writing with a pen made of a lightning bolt, his face set in that same expression of symmetrical relief. He looked at me and nodded. "The gap is closed," he signaled with a flicker of his yellow sleeve. I looked back at my own ruined home. In the center of the debris, where the kitchen table had been, a single red dot was pulsing on the ground. 00. The center. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my heel. I looked down. A small, white truck had pulled up to the edge of my foot. A man got out. He looked tired. He looked like he had been driving for hours. He was holding a laser measure. He looked up at me. He didn't see a monster. He didn't see a man. He saw a landmark. "Excuse me," he shouted, his voice tiny and thin. "I'm looking for the Blackwood estate. The GPS says it's right here, but all I see is, well, I see you." I tried to speak, but all that came out was a groan of shifting timber. "Is there a room for rent?" he asked, shielding his eyes against the yellow glow of my skin. I heard the square footage was generous. I looked at the laser measure in his hand. I saw the screen. It was showing a countdown. 5, 4, 3. I closed my eyes. I didn't want to see him step off. I didn't want to hear the asterisk clink asterisk. But the sound came anyway. It was followed by the shudder of the earth, the contraction of the walls, and the feeling of the universe holding its breath. I felt myself shrinking, not back to a man, but into a door. I felt my arms becoming the frame, my legs the threshold, my heart the lock. I was no longer a pillar. I was an entrance. The man walked toward me. He reached out a hand and touched the yellow silk of my sleeve, which was now the curtain of a doorway. "Nice place," he muttered, stepping through me. As he passed, I felt the silver key turn in my chest. The lock clicked. The lease was signed. The yellow room was empty again. The bed was made. The girl was gone, or perhaps she was me, or perhaps she was the silk itself. The charcoal gray door was shut, and there was no handle on the inside. I looked out through the keyhole of my own existence. I saw the architect. He was standing in the middle of the infinite grid, holding a compass and a ruler. He looked at the world he had built, the perfect, measured, quantified world, and he frowned. He reached out and picked up a tiny, jagged stone from the ground. It was an unmeasured thing, a piece of grit, a flaw. He looked at it for a long time. Then he looked at me, his eyes two burning points of red light. "Not quite," he whispered. He dropped the stone into the throat of the world. I heard it fall. I heard it bounce off the gears. I heard it hit the bottom. And then, for the first time in the history of the estate, I heard a scream. It wasn't a man's scream. It was the sound of a measurement breaking. The yellow silk began to tear. The grid began to wobble. The numbers on the walls began to scramble, turning into symbols that had no meaning, into shapes that couldn't be calculated. The 12-foot gap opened up beneath me, but it wasn't empty anymore. It was full of the things that couldn't be measured. It was full of the smell of rain, the sound of a heartbeat that didn't follow a metronome, the feeling of a hand that wasn't a variable. I fell. I didn't shrink. I didn't drift like confetti. I fell like a stone, heavy and real and unquantified. I passed the man in the ledger who was watching in horror as his ink turned to water. I passed Sarah, who was reaching out to me, her yellow dress dissolving into blue roses. I fell until I hit the bottom. But there was no stone floor. There was no plumb bob. There was only a room, a small, forgotten room in the heart of the mansion. It was dusty. It was dark. It was exactly the size of a human heart. And in the corner, sitting in a broken rocking chair, was a man. He wasn't the architect. He wasn't a tenant. He was just a man holding a broken yardstick. "About time," he said, his voice warm and vibrant and blissfully unmeasured. "I've been waiting for someone to break the lease." I looked at my hands. They were scarred. They were calloused. They were 5 inches long, and that number didn't matter at all. "Where are we?" I asked. The man smiled. "We're in the part of the house they forgot to survey," he said. "We're in the margin of error." I sat down on the floor. The wood was rough. It was uneven. It was perfect. Outside the door, I could hear the architect screaming, his world of perfect numbers collapsing into the beautiful, chaotic dark. I could hear the gears grinding to a halt, the yellow silk shredding in the wind of a real storm. I reached into my pocket. The laser measure was gone. In its place was a handful of dirt and a single blue rose petal. "Is there a way out?" I asked. The man shook his head. "No," he said, "but the room is getting bigger. Can't you feel it?" I looked at the walls. They weren't moving with the precision of a machine. They were breathing. They were expanding with the rhythm of a lung. "How big will it get?" The man looked at the ceiling, where a single, unmeasured star was beginning to shine through a crack in the plaster. "I don't know," he said, and for the first time in my life, that was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. "I haven't reached the bottom yet." The man in the rocking chair, whose face was a map of unmapped lines, leaned forward and handed me the broken yardstick. It was made of common oak, splintered at the 7-inch mark, the yellow paint flaking off to reveal the honest, porous grain beneath. It didn't pulse with red light. It didn't hum with the frequency of a celestial ledger. It was just a piece of wood that had failed at its only job, and in this room, that failure was its greatest virtue. "He's looking for us, you know," the man said, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves in a gutter. "The architect, he hates a vacuum. He hates a decimal point that won't round up. To him, this room is a cancer, a cyst in the geometry." I gripped the splintered wood, feeling the sharp sting of a real physical sensation. A splinter pricking my thumb. A bead of dark, unquantified blood welled up. It wasn't the vibrant, sickly yellow of the mansion's lifeblood. It was deep crimson, thick and messy. I stared at it with a sense of triumph. "How long have you been here?" I asked. my voice finally losing the hollow, resonant boom of the renovation I had nearly become. "Since the first survey," he replied. "Since they tried to divide the horizon by the length of a human shadow, I was the surveyor's apprentice. I was the one who realized that the more we measured, the less we actually saw. Every time we laid down the chain, the earth beneath it seemed to shrink, to wither under the weight of being known. So I broke the chain. I hid in the margin." Outside the heavy oak door of this forgotten room, the sound of the world's collapse was reaching a fever pitch. It wasn't the sound of a building falling down. It was the sound of a logic system being shredded. I heard the screech of metal on metal as the great gears of the Blackwood estate stripped their teeth. I heard the seraphing, wailing, not in pain, but in the confusion of a machine whose programming had encountered a divide-by-zero error. The rhythmic clicking of the metronome had turned into a frantic, staccato heartbeat that eventually dissolved into white noise. "He's coming," I whispered, the hair on my arm standing up. The walls of our small, dusty sanctuary began to vibrate, not with the breathing rhythm from before, but with a violent, invasive force. A thin, red line of light appeared under the door, sharp as a razor, scanning the floorboards. It was searching for a coordinate. It was trying to find our X and our Y so it could delete us from the floor plane. "Don't let him define the space," the old man warned, his eyes bright with a sudden, desperate intensity. "If you think about the height of the ceiling will become his. If you wonder how many steps it takes to reach the door will belong to the ledger. You have to stay immeasurable." I closed my eyes, trying to purge the numbers from my brain. I tried to forget the 12-4 that had defined my nightmare. I tried to forget the 238,855 miles to the moon. I reached for memories that had no scale. I thought of the smell of rain on hot asphalt, not the volume of the rain or the temperature of the road, just the scent. I thought of the way a song makes you feel in the hollow of your chest, a feeling that has no height or width. The red light lashed out from under the door, a whip of pure mathematics. It struck the rocking chair, and for a second the chair flickered. It became a wireframe model, a series of vectors and points. The old man gasped, his legs turning into translucent gradients. "I'm losing the blur," he cried, his voice thinning. "He's solving me." I lunged forward, not thinking of the distance between us, but only of the intent to reach him. I grabbed his hand. His skin felt like static electricity, a hum of data fighting to remain flesh. I shoved the broken yardstick into the path of the red laser. The moment the light hit the splintered oak, something miraculous happened. The laser didn't reflect or refract, it stumbled. The jagged, uneven break in the wood was a topographical nightmare for the architect's perfect beam. The red light shattered into 1,000 dull, harmless sparks. The wood absorbed the precision and gave back nothing but chaos. The old man's form solidified. The rocking chair returned to its heavy, scarred reality. "The margin," I panted. "The margin is the only thing he can't read." "He's going to tear the house apart to find the error," the man said, standing up. He was taller than I thought, but his height didn't matter. "We can't stay in the room anymore. The room is a box, and he's very good at opening boxes. We have to go into the walls." He walked to the back of the room, where the wallpaper was peeling in long, damp strips. Behind the paper wasn't lath and plaster, nor was it the yellow silk of the architect's domain. It was a dark, infinite tangle of shadows and old, unhewn timber. It looked like the inside of a forest that had been swallowed by a mountain. "Where does it lead?" I asked. "To the places between the blueprints," he said, stepping into the darkness. "To the crawl spaces of the universe. It's where all the things that don't fit go to wait. The lost keys, the forgotten names, the dreams that were too big for the bedrooms they were dreamt in." I followed him. Stepping out of the room was like stepping off the edge of a map. There was no floor, yet I didn't fall. There was no light, yet I could see the shape of the emptiness. It was a world of pure texture. I felt the rough bark of ancient support beams, the cold dampness of stones that had never been quarried, the soft, velvet touch of dust that had been settling since before the first ruler was carved. Behind us, the forgotten room finally gave way. I heard the door burst open with a sound like a gunshot. A flood of yellow light poured into the space we had just vacated, accompanied by the mechanical roar of 1,000 laser measures. "I see the discrepancy," a voice boomed, the architect. It wasn't a human voice. It was the sound of a mountain grinding into gravel. "The calculation is incomplete. Return to the grid. Submit to the survey." The yellow light licked at the edges of the dark space where we stood, but it couldn't penetrate the gloom. The light was too straight, too rigid. It couldn't bend around the corners of the things that didn't exist. We moved deeper into the interstitial dark. I felt like a flea crawling through the upholstery of a giant's chair. High above us, I could see the real world. The Blackwood estate, my neighborhood, the city stretched out like a translucent veil. From this angle, I could see the truth. The world was a thin, fragile layer of logic stretched over an infinite, roiling ocean of the unknown. The architect was trying to pin that veil down, to nail it to the void with his red lasers and his yellow silk, but the void was too vast. "Look there," the old man whispered, pointing upward. Through a tear in the veil, I saw the Sarah thing. She was standing in what used to be our living room, but she was frozen. Her yellow dress was half transformed back into blue cotton. She was caught in a glitch, her face flickering between the woman I loved and a blank, featureless mask of plaster. She was holding a ledger, but the pages were blowing away in a wind that shouldn't have existed inside a house. "Can we save her?" I asked, my heart aching with a sudden sharp grief. "She's a variable now," the man said sadly. "She accepted the measurement. To save her, you'd have to make her unmeasurable again. You'd have to give her something the architect can't count." I looked down at the blue rose petal in my hand. It was a small thing, a fragile thing. It had no numerical value. It was a piece of beauty that existed for no reason other than to be itself. "I have to try," I said. "If you go back into the light, he'll find you. He'll turn you into a hallway. He'll make you a staircase that leads nowhere." "I'm already a doorway," I said, remembering the feeling of the man stepping through me. "But I don't have to be his doorway." I began to climb. I used the rough-hewn timbers and the jagged edges of the unmeasured dark to pull myself back toward the tear in the veil. The old man didn't follow me, but I heard his voice one last time, drifting up from the depths of the margin. "Remember, Thomas, the map is not the territory, the number is not the thing." I broke through the surface of the floorboards like a man surfacing from a deep, cold lake. I was back in the living room. The yellow light was blinding, a searing, clinical glare that stripped the color from everything it touched. The architect was there, not as a man, but as a towering pillar of red light in the center of the ruin. He had no face, only a single glowing aperture that pulsed with the rhythm of a computer processing data. "Variable 12-4, the architect thundered. "You have returned to the ledger, account for yourself." I ignored him. I walked toward Sarah. Every step I took felt like I was being weighed. I felt the air pressing against me, trying to calculate my volume. I felt the floor beneath my feet trying to determine my mass. 185 pounds. 6 feet tall. Asterisk 34 years old. The numbers appeared in the air around me, blue and cold. They tried to bind me, to pull me back into the grid. My skin began to itch, the yellow silk starting to weave itself back into my pores. Sarah looked at me, her eyes vacant. "Thomas," she droned, the measurement is off. We need to recalibrate." "No," I said, reaching her. I took her hand. It felt like cold marble. "No more recalibration." I pressed the blue rose petal into her palm. The architect's red eye flared. Unauthorized material and non-standard geometry remove the anomaly. A laser beam, thick as a tree trunk, slammed into the floor between us. The wood vaporized, leaving a perfectly circular hole that dropped into an infinite yellow abyss. I nearly fell, but I lunged across the gap, catching Sarah by the shoulders. "Look at the pedal, Sarah," I screamed over the roar of the house's structural failure. "It's not a number, it's just blue, it's just a pedal." She looked down at her hand. For a moment, the red light of the architect's eye reflected off the blue surface of the pedal. The two colors clashed, the rigid mathematical red and the soft, organic blue. A flicker of something passed over Sarah's face, a memory, a flaw. It doesn't fit," she whispered. Her voice wasn't a chorus of floorboards anymore. It was just Sarah. "That's because it's not part of the plan," I said. She gripped the pedal, and as she did, the yellow dress began to bleed. The color ran out of it like cheap dye in a rainstorm, pouring onto the floor in a sickly puddle. The blue of her old dress returned, but it wasn't the same blue as before. It was deeper, more vibrant. It was the blue of the margin. The architect let out a sound of pure digital agony. The pillar of red light began to fracture. The perfect lines of the room started to warp. The right angles softened into curves. The ceiling began to rise, not because it was being measured, but because it wanted to see the sky. "The equation," the architect wailed. "The equation is broken." "The equation was never real," I shouted back. The floor beneath us gave way entirely. We didn't fall into the yellow abyss, and we didn't fall into the dark margin. We fell into the asterisk real Blackwood estate, the one that had been hidden beneath the layers of measurement for 100 years. We hit the ground hard. The air was thick with the smell of old dust, rot, and something wonderfully, beautifully alive. I opened my eyes and saw that we were in the foyer of the actual mansion. The walls were covered in peeling, floral wallpaper. The windows were cracked and caked with grime. There were no lasers. There was no yellow silk. Outside, I could hear the sounds of a real night. Crickets, the wind in the trees, the distant sound of a car engine that was probably low on oil and definitely not moving at a constant velocity. Sarah was lying next to me, breathing hard. She was clutching the rose petal like a lifeline. She looked at me, and her eyes were full of tears, messy, salty, unquantifiable tears. "Is it over?" she asked. I looked around. The house was silent. The oppressive weight of being watched, of being measured, had lifted. But then I looked at the floorboards near the front door. There, etched into the wood in a faint, glowing red, was a single number. 0.0001. I looked at my own hand. The yellow tint was gone, but the skin was still slightly translucent. I could see the faint outline of a ruler beneath the flesh of my forearm. The architect hadn't been defeated. He had just been pushed back. He was still out there in the grid, in the trucks, in the men with the leather satchels. He was waiting for us to forget. He was waiting for us to start measuring again. "No," I said, helping Sarah to her feet. "It's not over. We're just off the map for now." We walked to the front door and pushed it open. The Blackwood estate stood on a hill overlooking the valley. In the distance, the city lights twinkled. To anyone else, it looked like a normal suburb, but I could see it now. The way the streetlights were spaced with a little too much precision. The way the houses were all just a little too similar. The survey was still happening. The world was still being turned into a ledger. But as we stepped out onto the overgrown lawn, I felt the blue rose petal in Sarah's hand pulse with a soft, defiant light. We weren't variables anymore. We were the margin of error. And as long as we stayed lost, as long as we stayed unmeasured, the architect would never truly own the house. We started to walk, not toward the city, but toward the dark, unmapped woods at the edge of the property. We didn't count our steps. We didn't check the time. We just moved, two shadows in a world that was trying its best to be a blueprint, leaving behind the forgotten room and the man who was still rocking in the dark, waiting for the next person to break the lease. Behind us, the Blackwood estate groaned one last time, a sound of settling wood and shifting stone. A single window on the top floor caught the light of the moon, or perhaps it was a laser from the stars, and for a split second, a number appeared in the glass. 1 asterisk. Then the glass shattered, and the number was gone, replaced by the beautiful, chaotic dark. The woods did not have a floor. They had a memory of footsteps, a layered composition of damp mast, skeletal leaves, and the slow, rhythmic digestion of the earth. As Sarah and I moved away from the looming silhouette of the Blackwood estate, the air changed. It lost that pressurized, sterile quality of a vacuum-sealed laboratory and took on the heavy, sweet scent of decay. Decay was a luxury. Decay was the ultimate proof of a system that wasn't being maintained by a celestial janitor. It was biology's way of saying the math had stopped working. Sarah's hand was a frantic heat against mine. She didn't look back at the house, but I did. From the edge of the tree line, the mansion looked like a jagged tooth pulled from a diseased jaw. The yellow light that had once bled from its seams was flickering now, dying down into a dull, resentful amber. The architect was still in there, I knew. He was recalibrating. He was licking his wounds, re-indexing the library of his frustrations, and trying to find a formula that could account for a blue rose petal and a human heart that refused to be a constant. "Where are we going?" Sarah whispered. Her voice was thin, like wire, but the mechanical resonance was gone. She sounded small. She sounded like the woman who used to worry about whether we'd left the stove on, not the creature that worried about the structural integrity of the universe. "Away from the grid," I said. It was the only answer that felt true. The further we get from the surveyed land, the harder it is for him to find our coordinates. We walked for what felt like hours, though time in the margin was a slippery thing. It didn't tick, it pooled. We moved through thickets that seemed to grow thicker the more we ignored their dimensions. I realized then that the old man in the rocking chair had been right. The moment you tried to estimate the distance to the next clearing, the woods would stretch to accommodate the measurement. So I looked at the ground. I looked at the way the moonlight fractured through the canopy, creating patterns that were too complex for any computer to render in real time. Eventually, we found a hollow beneath an uprooted oak. The roots reached up like the fingers of a buried giant, clutching at the air. It was a space that served no purpose. It wasn't a room. It wasn't a hallway. It was an accident of geography. "Sit," I said, guiding her into the shadows. She sank down, her back against the rough, honest bark. She was still clutching the petal. In the darkness of the hollow, it glowed with a soft, bioluminescent hum, the color of a secret. "Thomas," she said, looking up at me. Her face was pale, shadowed by the leaves. "I remember the ledger, I remember feeling like I was being folded, like I was a piece of paper being tucked into an envelope that was too small for me. I could feel every inch of myself being assigned a value. My smile was a 3-degree curve. My breath was a 2-liter displacement. It didn't hurt, but it was lonely. It was so lonely to be known that perfectly." I sat beside her, our shoulders touching. The warmth of her body was the most rebellious thing I had ever felt. "He can't fold you anymore. You're an irrational number now, Sarah. You're the decimal that goes on forever." She leaned her head on my shoulder. "But he's still looking. I can feel the humming. It's like a radio tower just over the horizon, isn't it? Searching for a signal." She was right. Even here in the unmapped gut of the woods, there was a vibration in the marrow of my bones. It was the sound of the world trying to reconcile its books. Somewhere, a surveyor was looking at a map and seeing a smudge where we should have been. Somewhere, a computer was flagging an error in the population density of this county. The architect wouldn't stop until the smudge was erased and the error was corrected. We can't stay here forever, I admitted. He owns the infrastructure. He owns the roads, the power lines, the cellular towers. Every time we cross a bridge or walk under a street lamp, we're stepping back into his sight. Then we stay off the roads, she said. We live in the cracks. I looked at my hand again. The faint red glow of the numbers was gone, but the skin still had that unsettling clarity. I could see the pulse in my wrist, a rhythmic throb of red against the pale blue of my veins. I wasn't entirely human anymore, and neither was she. We were hybrids, beings of meat and bone who had been briefly translated into the language of the machine and then torn back out. We were a rough draft that had been edited too many times. As the sun began to rise, it didn't bring the usual comfort of a new day. The light was too sharp. It hit the dew on the grass with a clinical precision that made my eyes ache. The sun was the architect's greatest tool, the ultimate surveyor that illuminated every corner, leaving nowhere for the shadows to hide.
These cracked pipes overhead are the only
Look,
sign I'm
Sarah
not alone.
whispered, pointing toward the valley. Below us, the town was waking up. From this height, it looked like a circuit board. The cars moved in synchronized lines, governed by the invisible logic of traffic lights. The houses were neat little boxes, their lawns manicured into perfect green rectangles. It was beautiful in a terrifyingly orderly way. And then I saw them. They were small at first, tiny flashes of yellow moving through the streets. The vans, I muttered. They were the same unmarked yellow vans I had seen at the Blackwood estate. There were dozens of them now, fanning out across the suburbs. They weren't speeding. They were cruising at exactly the speed limit, their roof-mounted sensors spinning with a silent, predatory grace. They were mapping the world inch by inch, looking for the two variables that had escaped the ledger. They're searching every house, Sarah said, her voice trembling. They're measuring the shadows. I stood up, pulling her with me. We have to move. If they find a discrepancy in the woods, they'll burn them down just to make the map flat again. We began to walk along the ridgeline, keeping to the deepest shade. We were heading north, toward the mountains, where the terrain was too rugged for easy calculation. But as we walked, I noticed something strange about the world around us. It wasn't just the vans. The world itself seemed to be stiffening. I stopped to pick up a stone. It was a common river rock, rounded by centuries of water. But as I held it, it felt too heavy. Not heavy in a physical sense, but heavy with intent. I looked at it closely and saw that the texture of the stone was changing. The natural, chaotic pits and grooves were smoothing out, being replaced by a subtle, geometric pattern of hexagons. It was becoming an idealized version of a stone that fit perfectly into a digital model. I dropped it, and it hit the ground with a metallic clack instead of a thud. "It's spreading," I said, a cold dread pooling in my stomach. "The renovation isn't just the house anymore. He's renovating everything." "He's rounding up the world," Sarah whispered. We reached a small creek, but the water didn't splash. It flowed in a series of perfect mathematical ripples, like a looped animation on a screen. I reached down to touch it, and it felt like cold silk, the same yellow silk that had tried to replace my skin. The architect wasn't just looking for us. He was fixing the flaw we had introduced by existing. He was tightening the screws on reality, eliminating the margins, and ensuring that nothing could ever be forgotten again. He was turning the entire planet into a room with no corners. "Thomas, look at the sky," Sarah said. I looked up. The clouds weren't drifting. They were moving on tracks. They were perfect white cumulus puffs, spaced at regular intervals against a blue that was a few shades too vibrant to be natural. And there, high above, was a faint, shimmering grid, a lattice of light that spanned the horizon, barely visible to the naked eye but impossible to unsee once you noticed it. The world was being gridded. The survey was reaching its final phase. "We're running out of margin," I said. We crested the final hill before the deep mountains, and that's when we saw him. He wasn't a pillar of light this time. He was standing in the middle of a dirt fire road, dressed in a sharp gray suit that seemed to repel the dust of the woods. He held a clipboard in one hand and a laser rangefinder in the other. He looked like a city planner or a high-end real estate developer, but his eyes were two empty apertures of burning red light. He didn't move as we approached. He didn't need to. The road beneath our feet was already turning into a hallway. The trees on either side were straightening into pillars. The sky was becoming a vaulted ceiling. "You have caused a significant delay in the schedule," the architect said. His voice was no longer a roar. It was a calm, bureaucratic drone that was far more terrifying. "The budget for this sector has been exceeded. The structural integrity of the local reality has been compromised by your insistence on being immeasurable." I stepped in front of Sarah, my hand gripping the broken yardstick I had tucked into my belt. It felt heavy and real, a splintered piece of defiance in a world of perfect angles. "We aren't going back," I said. "We don't belong in your ledger." The architect sighed, a sound like a hard drive spinning down. "Belonging is a matter of placement. If you do not fit in the room, you will be used as insulation. If you do not fit in the hallway, you will be ground into the mortar. Nothing is wasted in the great design. Everything is accounted for." He raised the rangefinder. A thin red line shot out, hitting my chest. Distance 12.4 feet. I felt a sharp, agonizing pinch. My heart skipped a beat, forced into a rhythm that matched the blinking of the laser. "Sarah, run," I choked out. But Sarah didn't run. She walked forward, stepping into the red light beside me. She held out the blue rose petal. "You can't account for this," she said. Her voice was steady, filled with a strange, quiet power. "You didn't make this. You don't have a number for the color of a memory." The architect tilted his head. The red apertures of his eyes narrowed as they scanned the petal. "It is an anomaly, a corrupted data point. It will be deleted." "It's not a data point," I said, finding my voice as I grabbed Sarah's hand. "It's a choice, and you don't know how to calculate a choice." I didn't lunge at him with the yardstick. I didn't try to fight him with physical force. Instead, I did the one thing a variable can do to a system of pure logic. I stopped trying to make sense. I thought of every dream I'd ever had that ended before the climax. I thought of the way a joke feels before the punchline. I thought of the static between radio stations. I filled my mind with the blur, the beautiful, messy, unquantifiable noise of a human life. I felt Sarah doing the same. We weren't a 12-4 hallway anymore. We were a storm of static. The red laser began to flicker. The numbers appearing in the air around us started to scramble. 12.4 asterisk. 12.444444. Error. No. The architect's suit began to fray at the edges, the gray fabric turning into strings of binary code that dissolved into the air. The fire road beneath him buckled, the geometric hexagons shattering back into chaotic dirt and stone. "Inconsistency," the architect intoned, his voice finally losing its calm. "The model is unstable. Recalibrate, recalibrate." "There is no model," I shouted. The world around us exploded in a silent burst of white light. It wasn't the yellow light of the mansion or the red light of the laser. It was the white light of a blank page. For a moment, we were nowhere. We were the space between the words. We were the silence between the notes. And then the weight returned. I opened my eyes and tasted salt. I was lying on a beach. Not a perfect digital beach with uniform grains of sand, but a real messy shoreline littered with driftwood, seaweed, and broken shells. The waves didn't move in patterns. They crashed with a thunderous, unpredictable violence. Sarah was beside me, coughing up seawater. She still had the petal, but it was gray now, withered and spent. Its job was done. I looked back toward the land. There were no mountains. There was no Blackwood estate. There was only a vast, fog-shrouded marshland that stretched toward a horizon that didn't have a grid. "Where are we?" Sarah asked, her voice raspy. I stood up, feeling the ache in my muscles, the sting of the salt in my eyes, and the glorious, wonderful uncertainty of the future. I looked at the fog, and for the first time, I didn't want to measure how far it went. "We're in the unrecorded territories," I said. "We're in the part of the map where they used to write, 'Here be monsters.'" "Good," she said, taking my hand. "I've always liked monsters better than accountants." We started to walk along the shoreline, leaving 2 sets of uneven, unmeasured footprints in the sand. Behind us, the fog swallowed our trail, and for the first time in my life, I knew exactly who I was because nobody else knew where I was. But as we walked, I felt a familiar itch on my forearm. I looked down and my heart stopped. The skin was clear, the numbers were gone, but there just beneath the surface was a tiny, microscopic black dot. It wasn't a freckle, it wasn't a blemish. It was a coordinate. The architect hadn't lost us. He had just adjusted his scale. He was no longer looking for a house or a room. He was looking for a single point in the infinite dark. And as the sun rose over the gray ocean, I realized that the renovation hadn't ended. It had just moved inside. "Thomas?" Sarah asked, noticing my silence. I pulled my sleeve down, covering the mark. I looked at her, at the woman who was a miracle of uncalculable variables, and I smiled. "Keep walking," I said. "We've got a lot of world to lose." Far away, back in the valley that was now a perfect grid, a yellow van pulled up to a vacant lot where a mansion used to stand. A man in a gray suit stepped out, looked at a blank piece of paper, and began to draw a single, perfect line. The survey was continuing, but for now, we were the error that made the truth possible. The sand was not uniform. It was a chaotic slurry of pulverized quartz, volcanic glass, and the microscopic skeletons of a billion forgotten creatures. It gave way beneath my boots with a crunch that wasn't synthesized. It was the sound of friction, of entropy, of a world that didn't care if its surface was level. Sarah walked beside me, her gait slightly lopsided, her breathing heavy and ragged. Every stagger, every catch in her throat, was a symphony of biological imperfection. We were miles from the Blackwood estate, or perhaps we were in the negative space it had left behind. The geography of the unrecorded territories didn't follow the linear progression of a map. We had crossed a threshold where the architect's influence was stretched thin, like a signal losing strength as it traveled through lead. But that black dot on my arm, that microscopic puncture in the fabric of my autonomy, pulsed with a cold, rhythmic frequency. It wasn't a wound, it was a tether. "The air tastes like iron," Sarah said, shielding her eyes from a sun that seemed to be struggling to render itself through the thick, salty mist. "Is that the ocean, or is that him?" "It's the salt," I said, though I wasn't sure. "Salt is old. It's older than blueprints. It's what's left when the water forgets what it was carrying." We found a cluster of weathered basalt rocks rising from the tide line like the spines of a sleeping dragon. We climbed into the crevices, seeking shelter from a wind that felt like it was trying to peel the data from our bones. Sarah sat down, her fingers trembling as she tucked the withered gray petal into her pocket. The blue light was gone, but she held onto it like a saint clutching a finger bone. "He's not going to stop, is he?" she asked. She wasn't looking at me. She was watching a seagull circle overhead. The bird's flight was erratic, a series of panicked adjustments against the thermal vents. It looked real. It looked desperate. He told me once back in the room. He said that a house with one crooked nail eventually collapses. He said the universe is just a very large house, and I was the nail that refused to sit flush. "Then let it collapse," I muttered. I pulled back my sleeve, staring at the black dot. It was perfectly circular. If I looked at it long enough, it seemed to descend into my flesh, a well of infinite depth. He's obsessed with the great design, Sarah, but a design that can't handle a single deviation isn't a design at all. It's a fragile lie. I picked up a piece of driftwood. It was bleached white, smoothed by years of aimless tumbling in the surf. I began to scratch at the black dot on my arm, a sudden, frantic urge taking hold of me. I wanted it out. I wanted to be a smudge again. "Thomas, stop," Sarah said, grabbing my wrist. Her grip was firm, her skin cool. "You'll only make it bleed, and he can track blood. Blood has a signature. It has a DNA sequence that he's already indexed." I dropped the wood, my breath hitching. "He's inside us, Sarah. We didn't escape. We just carried the ledger out with us. We're portable data points." She looked at my arm, her eyes softening. "Maybe, but data can be corrupted. You said it yourself back on the road. We have to be the noise. We have to be so complicated that his processors overheat trying to define us." She leaned back against the basalt, closing her eyes. For a long time, the only sound was the roar of the Atlantic, a vast, uncoordinated percussion. I watched her, and for a moment, I saw the Sarah I had known before the mansion. I saw the woman who liked her coffee too bitter and who always forgot where she put her keys. Those were the things the architect couldn't simulate because they served no structural purpose. They were the waste he hated so much. But as the tide began to retreat, revealing a glistening expanse of mud and tide pools, I saw something that made my heart go cold. In the wet sand just beyond the reach of the waves, a series of marks were appearing. They weren't footprints. They were symbols, sharp, angular glyphs that looked like a cross between cuneiform and a barcode. They were forming in a straight line, marching toward the rocks where we sat. "Sarah," I whispered. She opened her eyes and followed my gaze. The symbols were glowing with a faint, sickly yellow light. As the water drained away from them, the sand around the marks began to calcify, turning into a hard, gray substance that looked suspiciously like the flooring of the Blackwood estate. "He's extending the lease," I said, standing up. We scrambled out of the rocks, heading further inland toward the marsh. The ground was spongy, a treacherous mix of peat and stagnant water. It was a landscape of transition, neither land nor sea, a place where things went to rot and be reborn. If there was anywhere the grid would struggle to take root, it was here. But the architect was efficient. As we pushed through the tall, golden reeds, I heard a sound that didn't belong in the wild. It was a low-frequency hum, the sound of a server farm cooling itself in the dead of night. It vibrated in my teeth. It made the water in the marsh ripples in perfect, concentric circles. "Don't look at the patterns," I warned Sarah. "If you acknowledge the logic, you become part of the calculation." We waded through a shallow channel, the mud clinging to our legs like wet cement. The reeds began to change. They were no longer swaying in the wind. They were standing at attention, their stalks perfectly vertical, spaced exactly 6 inches apart. The green of their leaves was shifting into a uniform, Pantone-certified shade of emerald. The renovation was moving faster than we could walk. "There," Sarah shouted, pointing toward a crumbling structure in the middle of the marsh. It was an old hunting blind, or perhaps the ruins of a fisherman's shack. It was tilted at a precarious angle, its wooden slats rotting and covered in lichen. It was a beautiful, decaying wreck, a masterpiece of neglect. We ran for it, our feet splashing through water that was becoming increasingly transparent, as if the silt were being filtered out by an invisible hand. We reached the shack and scrambled inside, huddling on the damp floorboards. The interior smelled of old fish and damp wool. It was wonderful. It was a space that had been forgotten by time, a pocket of history that hadn't been updated in decades. I pressed my back against the wall, feeling the splinters bite into my shirt. "He's right behind us," Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. I can feel the humming. It's like a swarm of bees made of glass. I looked out through a gap in the rotting boards. The marsh was disappearing. The reeds were being replaced by a flat, gray plain of concrete. The water was being funneled into straight, narrow trenches. The sky above was no longer a misty gray. It was becoming a solid, unblinking blue, like a screen that had frozen on a clear day. And then the yellow van appeared. It didn't drive across the marsh. It simply materialized on the newly formed concrete, its tires making no sound. The side door slid open with a pneumatic hiss. A man stepped out. He wasn't the architect in his gray suit. He was a worker. He wore yellow coveralls and a heavy mask that obscured his face. In his hands, he carried a long, silver pole topped with a spinning laser. He began to walk toward the shack, his movements rhythmic and robotic. He wasn't looking for us with his eyes. He was scanning the air, his device emitting a series
Lost
of
in the
high-pitched
darkness,
pings.
These cracked pipes overhead.
He's
are the
surveying
sign
the
I'm not alone.
ruins, I whispered. He's going to clear the site. We have to go deeper, Sarah said. There is no deeper, Sarah. He's turning the whole world into a floor. I looked around the shack, desperate for something, anything, that wasn't part of the system. My eyes landed on a rusted iron stove in the corner. It was cold and dead, its chimney pipe broken. I crawled toward it and reached inside the ash box. My fingers closed around a handful of cold, greasy soot. "Give me your hand," I said. Sarah reached out and I smeared the black soot over her palm, over the lines of her life and her heart. Then I did the same to my own arm, caking the black dot in a layer of ancient, burnt carbon. "What are you doing?" "Carbon," I said, my voice shaking. "It's the basis of life, but it's also the ultimate disruptor. It's what happens when things break down. It's the opposite of a laser." The pings from the surveyor's device were getting louder, faster. The shadow of the man in the yellow coveralls fell across the door of the shack. I grabbed a handful of the soot and began to draw on the floorboards. I didn't draw a circle or a square. I drew a jagged, nonsensical scribble. I drew the way a child draws a monster. I drew the way a dying man breathes. I poured every ounce of my fear, my love, and my confusion into that mess of black ash. The surveyor stepped into the shack. The laser on his pole swept across the room, a thin red line that cut through the darkness. It hit the wall, then the stove, then it moved toward us. I held Sarah's hand, the soot-covered skin pressed together. I closed my eyes and visualized the scribble on the floor. I visualized the broken chimney, the rotting wood, the salt in the air. I refused to be a coordinate. I refused to be a value. The laser hit my arm. The device emitted a long, low groan. The pings became a stuttering mess of static. The surveyor paused. He tilted his head, the glass of his mask reflecting the red light of his own tool. He stepped closer, the laser dancing over the soot-covered scribble on the floor. The air in the shack began to vibrate. The wooden boards beneath us groaned, but they didn't turn into concrete. They stayed wood. They stayed rotten. The surveyor reached up and touched the side of his mask. A voice came from a speaker on his chest, the same bureaucratic drone of the architect. "Unrecognized geometry, surface contamination exceeds tolerance. Site is UNSALVAGABLE. The man turned around and walked out of the shack. We sat in the silence for what felt like an eternity. Through the gaps in the boards, I watched the yellow van. It sat on the concrete for a moment, then the side door closed, and the vehicle simply vanished. The gray concrete began to recede, melting back into the marsh like ice under a hot sun. The straight trenches blurred back into winding channels of mud. The sky softened, the harsh blue fading back into a bruised, misty gray. The architect hadn't been defeated. He had simply decided that this specific patch of reality was too dirty to be worth the effort of renovation. We were a stain on his ledger, and for now, the stain was allowed to remain. Sarah let out a long, shuddering breath. She looked at our soot-stained hands, then at the scribble on the floor. "We're the trash," she whispered, a small, hysterical laugh escaping her lips. "He didn't leave us because we won. He left us because we're garbage." "I've never been so happy to be junk," I said, leaning my head against her shoulder. But as the sun began to set over the marsh, casting long, distorted shadows across the reeds, I looked down at my arm. The soot was starting to flake off, caught in the damp wind. And there, beneath the black smear, the coordinate was still there. It wasn't glowing, it wasn't pulsing, it was just waiting. The architect was a patient man. He had all of time to finish his house. He could afford to leave a few rooms unfinished for a while. He knew that eventually the soot would wash away. Eventually, the wood would finish rotting. Eventually, everything became a number. "We can't stay here," I said, standing up and helping Sarah to her feet. "Where do we go now?" she asked. I looked toward the horizon where the mist met the sea. There were no roads there. There were no marks. "We go where the soot is thicker," I said. "We go to the places he's already given up on. The ruins, the scrapyards, the forgotten corners. We live in the places that don't make sense." We stepped out of the shack and back into the mud. The world felt heavy again, real and precarious. The coordinate on my arm itched, a tiny, persistent reminder that we were still being watched, still being measured, still being drafted into a world that wanted to be a blueprint. But as we walked, I realized something. The architect could build the perfect house, but he couldn't live in it. A perfect house has no occupants. It only has furniture. We were the only things in this world that were truly alive, because we were the only things that were still allowed to break. We disappeared into the fog, two smudges on a clean page, moving toward a future that hadn't been surveyed yet. Behind us, the hunting blind stood alone in the marsh, a crooked, rotting monument to the beauty of a mistake. And in the distance, far beyond the reach of the salt and the silt, a yellow light flickered once in the window of a mansion that shouldn't have existed, waiting for the next person to try and find the truth in the architecture of a lie.
Lost in the darkness.
The marsh was a
These cracked
labyrinth of
pipes
decay,
overhead are the only
and
sign
we
I'm
moved
not
through
alone.
it like ghosts inhabiting a dying machine. Every step was a negotiation with the earth. The mud pulled at our boots with a visceral, suctioning sound, a biological protest against our intrusion. This was the friction the architect hated. This was the resistance of matter that refused to be digitized. I kept my hand clamped over my forearm, feeling the grit of the soot grinding against my skin. It was a crude bandage, a primitive shield against a celestial surveyor, but it was all I had. Sarah stopped by a gnarled willow tree that looked more like a skeletal hand reaching out of the peat than a living plant. Its branches were draped in a gray, weeping moss that shivered in the wind. She leaned against the trunk, her chest heaving. The color had drained from her face, leaving her skin the shade of wet parchment. "He's not just rebuilding the house, Thomas," she whispered, her voice cracking. "He's rebuilding the memory of the house. Did you see the way the reeds changed? They didn't just grow straighter, they became symbols of reeds. It's like he's replacing the thing with the idea of the thing." I looked back at the receding shoreline. The mist was thickening again, but it wasn't the natural sea fret we had encountered earlier. It was a static-heavy haze, a visual hum that blurred the edges of the horizon. "He's a perfectionist," I said, my own voice sounding hollow in the damp air. "Perfectionists can't stand the gap between the plan and the reality. He's closing the gap. He's making the world as tidy as a spreadsheet." "But we're the remainder," she said, looking at her soot-stained palms. "The decimal point that goes on forever. He can't round us up." "He doesn't want to round us up. He wants to delete the fraction." We kept moving, driven by a nameless instinct to put distance between ourselves and the concrete shelf that had almost swallowed us. The terrain became more treacherous as we moved inland. The salt marsh gave way to a dense, tangled woodland where the trees grew in chaotic, overlapping patterns. This was old growth, untouched, unmanaged, and utterly defiant of the grid. Here, the roots tripped you, the thorns tore at your clothes, and the canopy was so thick that the sun was reduced to a series of fractured, unreliable splinters of light. It was in this chaos that I felt the coordinate on my arm begin to heat up. It wasn't a burn exactly. It was a localized fever, a throb of energy that seemed to be communicating with something deep beneath the forest floor. I stopped, clutching my arm, my teeth gritted against the sensation. "Thomas, what is it?" Sarah reached for me, but I flinched away. "It's vibrating," I wheezed. "Like a tuning fork, he's pinging the location." I looked down. The soot was sweating off. The black dot was visible again, and it was no longer just a dot. It was a tiny, glowing aperture, a pinprick of white-hot logic burning through my skin. I could feel the data streaming out of me, my heart rate, my body temperature, the exact chemical composition of my sweat, all of it being fed back into the great design. I was a leaking pipe in his perfect plumbing. "We need to find something to dampen the signal," I said, looking around wildly. "Something heavy, something old." "There," Sarah said, pointing through a break in the undergrowth. Tucked into a hollow between two rising hills was a graveyard of rusted machinery. It looked like an old logging camp from the turn of the century, abandoned and left to be reclaimed by the forest. There were rusted iron boilers, lengths of heavy chain, and the skeletal remains of a steam-powered winch. The metal was thick, pitted with deep orange rust and draped in ivy. We scrambled down the slope, our boots skidding on dead leaves. I ran to the largest of the iron boilers, a massive, cylindrical tank that looked like a fallen monument. I pressed my arm against the cold, rough surface of the iron. The relief was instantaneous. The heat in my arm subsided, muffled by the sheer mass of the metal. The iron acted as a heat sink, a grounding wire for the architect's surveillance. "Iron," I breathed, closing my eyes. The old stories were right. Cold iron keeps the spirits away, or in this case, the engineers. Sarah sat down on a pile of rusted chains, her shoulders sagging. "How long can we stay here, Thomas? We can't live in a scrap heap forever." "We stay until we figure out how to turn the signal off," I said. I looked at the boiler. It was covered in rivets, each one a hand-hammered imperfection. "He can't map this. There's too much noise. The rust, the decay, the random oxidation. It's a sensory nightmare for him." I began to explore the camp, looking for anything useful. It was a strange sensation, being surrounded by the wreckage of a previous era's industry. These machines were built to conquer the wild, to turn the forest into lumber and the lumber into profit. But they had failed. The forest had won. The iron was returning to the earth, one flake of rust at a time. It was a slow, beautiful surrender. In a small, collapsed wooden shed, I found a cache of old tools. Most were useless, wrenches frozen by a century of corrosion. But in the back, protected by a fallen beam, was a heavy lead-lined box used for storing blasting caps. I brought it out to Sarah. "Lead," I said, tapping the lid. "If I can't stop the signal, maybe I can cage it." She looked at the box, then at my arm. "You're going to put your arm in a box." "I'm going to make a sleeve, a localized Faraday cage. If I can shield the coordinate, he'll lose the lock." Using a heavy stone and a rusted chisel, I began to work on the lead lining of the box. The metal was soft, malleable, and incredibly dense. It felt dead in a way that the iron didn't. Iron felt like it was part of a cycle. Lead felt like the end of the line. As I hammered the metal into a crude, curved plate, I thought about the architect. He wasn't a god. He was a builder who had forgotten why he was building. He was obsessed with the structure, the integrity, the efficiency of the space. But a house is only a house if there's someone inside to mess it up. A room is only a room if it holds a secret. By removing the error, he was removing the soul. "Thomas," Sarah said suddenly. She was standing at the edge of the clearing, looking up at the sky. "The birds, they've stopped." I stopped hammering. The forest was silent. The rustle of the wind in the leaves had died down to a whisper. Even the insects seemed to have vanished. It was the silence of a vacuum. Then the light began to change. It wasn't the sun setting. It was a shift in the color temperature of the world. The warm, dappled greens of the forest were being leached away, replaced by a flat, clinical gray. The shadows didn't move. They simply sharpened, becoming hard-edged geometric shapes that didn't correspond to the objects casting them. "He's adjusting the lighting," I whispered. "He's rendering the scene." A low-frequency vibration started deep in the ground. It wasn't an earthquake. It was a rhythmic thrumming, like the sound of a massive cooling fan. The rusted boiler beneath my hands began to hum, the iron singing a mournful, metallic note. "He's found the camp," Sarah said, her voice trembling. The iron wasn't enough. "Get in the boiler," I commanded. "What?" "The iron is thick. It's a shell. Get inside." I helped her scramble through the narrow manhole of the boiler. The interior was dark, smelling of ancient soot and stagnant water. I climbed in after her, pulling the lead plate I had been fashioning against my chest. I jammed the plate over my arm, pressing the cold metal against the burning coordinate. We huddled together in the dark, our breathing the only sound in the iron chamber. Outside, the thrumming grew louder. It was joined by a new sound, the sound of something heavy being dragged across the forest floor. It was a rhythmic, mechanical scraping. Scrape, thud, scrape, thud. I peered through a small rust hole in the side of the boiler. The forest was being disassembled. It wasn't being cut down. It was being unmade. I watched as a massive oak tree simply dissolved into a cloud of gray particles. The particles didn't fall. They swirled in the air for a moment before arranging themselves into a series of perfectly straight, vertical pillars. The ground beneath the pillars smoothed itself out, the dead leaves and moss vanishing to reveal a polished, marble-like surface. The man in the yellow van hadn't come this time. This was a deeper level of the process. This was the foundation being poured. The scraping sound came from a machine that looked like a cross between a street sweeper and a harvester. It moved with a terrifying, mindless precision, its front end equipped with a series of spinning brushes that didn't just clean the surface, they erased it. Anything that wasn't part of the new design, the rocks, the bushes, the old logging tools, was swept up and pulverized into a fine gray dust. The machine was heading toward the boiler. "Stay still," I hissed, pulling Sarah closer. "Don't think about the grid, think about the rust, think about the rot, be the junk." The machine reached the edge of the camp. I watched through the hole as it made short work of the wooden shed. The old timber vanished in a puff of sawdust and static. The rusted chains were sucked up and neutralized. Then the brushes hit the side of our boiler. The sound was deafening. It was like being inside a bell that was being struck by a sledgehammer. The iron walls vibrated violently, the rust flaking off in a red cloud that filled our lungs. I felt the machine's sensors probing the metal, searching for a signature, a reason to categorize this object. The lead plate on my arm was ice cold now, a dead weight that seemed to be sucking the heat out of my entire body. I focused all my will on that coldness. I became the lead. I became the iron. I became a heavy, useless lump of matter that had no place in a world of light and logic. The machine paused. Its brushes spun down with a dying whine. Through the rust hole, I saw a sensor array, a cluster of glowing blue lenses, rotate toward the boiler. It stayed there for a long time, scanning the surface of the iron. I could feel the invisible beams passing through us, looking for the flicker of a heartbeat, the warmth of a soul, the signature of a coordinate. But the iron was thick, and the lead was dead, and our fear was so absolute that it had become a kind of stillness. Object identified, a voice boomed, not the architect's, but a synthesized feminine voice that sounded like a GPS navigation system. Category, industrial waste. Mass, 4.2 tons. Structural integrity, compromised. Action, bypass. Material to be incorporated in sublevel foundation AT Phase 4. The machine turned. Its brushes spun up again and it moved away, continuing its grim work of tidying the universe. We stayed in the boiler for hours, long after the sounds of the renovation had faded into the distance. When we finally crawled out, the world was unrecognizable. The forest was gone. In its place was a vast, level plateau of gray stone that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were no trees, no hills, no clouds. The sky was a solid, unmoving vault of pale blue. Every few hundred yards, a perfectly square pillar rose from the ground, supporting nothing. The only thing left was the boiler. It sat in the middle of the infinite gray plain like a scab on a clean wound. Sarah stood up, looking around at the emptiness. Her face was a mask of horror. He did it. He finished the room. He just made the room as big as the world. I looked down at the lead plate. It was fused to my skin, the edges having softened and flowed into the pores of my arm. I tried to pull it away, but it was stuck fast. The coordinate was silent now, buried under the weight of the dead metal. He didn't finish it, I said, my voice rasping. He just cleared the site. He's still building. I looked at the horizon. In the distance, I could see the shimmering outlines of new structures beginning to form. They looked like the Blackwood estate, but multiplied 1,000 times. A city of mansions, a metropolis of corridors and forgotten rooms. We can't stay here, I said. We're in the middle of the blueprint now. We're the only things that aren't level. Where do we go? Sarah asked. She was shivering despite the lack of wind. There's nothing left to hide behind. I looked at the gray stone beneath our feet. I knelt down and pressed my ear to the surface. Far below, I could hear it, the sound of water, not the sterile, filtered water of the architect's plumbing, but the deep, rhythmic pulse of an underground river. It was old water. It was the blood of the earth that he hadn't managed to pave over yet. He built on top of the world, I said, a grim hope beginning to flare in my chest. But he didn't replace the world. He just put a lid on it. I looked at the rusted boiler. It was heavy. It was solid. And it was sitting right over a seam in the gray stone where the machine had bypassed it. Help me move this, I said. Thomas, we can't move 4 tons of iron. We don't have to move it. We just have to tip it. We used the heavy chains that had been bypassed by the machine, looping them around the base of the boiler. We used the lead box as a fulcrum. We worked with a desperate, frantic energy, our muscles screaming, our breath coming in ragged gasps.
Lost in darkness.
We were fighting the
pipes
logic of the
overhead are
grid
only
with the
sign of
sheer,
not alone.
stubborn stupidity of leverage. The boiler groaned. The gray stone beneath it began to crack. The architect's foundation was perfect, but it was brittle. It wasn't designed for the concentrated weight of a 4-ton error being rocked back and forth. With a final, agonizing heave, the boiler tipped. It crashed through the gray stone, shattering the surface like a sheet of ice. A dark, jagged hole opened up, and the smell of damp earth and ancient minerals rushed up to meet us. Below us lay the dark, the unrecorded, the unrenovated. He thinks he's built a world, I said, looking into the abyss, but he's only built a ceiling. I took Sarah's hand. Her grip was tight, her skin grimy with soot and rust. She looked at the hole, then at the infinite, sterile plain behind us. Is there a room down there? She asked. I hope not, I said. I hope it's just a mess. We stepped into the hole. leaving the architect's perfect, silent world behind. As we fell into the dark, I felt the lead plate on my arm vibrate one last time, a final, frustrated ping from a system that could no longer find its place. We were the error, we were the noise, and as we descended into the belly of the earth, I knew that the renovation was far from over. Because as long as there was a single, crooked thing left in the dark, the architect would never truly own the house. The fall was shorter than I expected. We landed in a soft, silty bank of mud, the sound of rushing water filling our ears. It was pitch black, but it was a warm, living darkness. I reached out and found Sarah's hand. "Thomas, I'm here. It's loud down here." "I know," I said, smiling in the dark. "Isn't it wonderful?" Above us, the hole in the gray stone began to seal itself, the architect's automated systems already working to repair the breach. But it didn't matter. We were in the plumbing now. We were the clogs in the drain. We were the things that lived in the walls. And we were going to find the foundations. And we were going to shake them until the whole house came down. The water was not the recycled, chemically balanced fluid of the mansion's infinite bathrooms. It was thick with silt and carried the metallic tang of iron ore and the rot of ancient vegetation. It moved with a heavy, directional purpose, a subterranean artery that predated the architect's first blueprint. As my eyes adjusted to the absolute absence of the architect's artificial luminosity, I realized the darkness here wasn't empty. It was textured. "We need light," Sarah whispered. Her voice didn't echo with the sharp, mathematical precision of the hallways above. It was swallowed by the damp earth and the rushing water. I reached into my pocket, my fingers brushing against the small brass lighter I de-scavenged from the logging camp. I struck the flint. The flame was a tiny, flickering defiance, casting long, dancing shadows against the jagged ceiling of the cavern. We weren't in a room, we were in a bypass. The architect had laid his foundation on a series of massive concrete pylons, some of which were visible here, plunging through the natural cavern roof and anchoring deep into the bedrock. They were
Lost in the
smooth,
darkness,
gray,
these
and
cracked
utterly
pipes overhead
alien
are the only
against the
sign I'm not
weeping,
alone.
wet stone of the cave. "Look at the pylons," I said, holding the lighter aloft. They were covered in markings, not the elegant, flowing script of a designer, but harsh, utilitarian barcodes and serial numbers. They were vibrating. The entire weight of the world above was being funneled through these pillars. I walked over to the nearest one and pressed my ear against the cold concrete. I didn't hear the wind or the hum of the great design. I heard the sound of a heart, a massive, mechanical thumping that seemed to be coming from deeper underground. He's not just building up, I realized, the heat from the light-fused coordinate on my arm beginning to prickle again, even through the shielding. He's drawing power from down here. This isn't just a foundation, it's a tap. Sarah followed the line of the underground river. If he's tapping the earth, there has to be a junction, a place where the natural meets the mechanical. We began to wade downstream. The water rose to our knees, tugging at our boots with a muddy, relentless strength. The cavern narrowed, the ceiling dipping low enough that we had to stoop. The air grew warmer, humid and smelling of ozone. The tiny flame of my lighter began to turn blue, reacting to some change in the atmospheric composition. "The signal," I gasped, clutching my arm. The lead plate was humming now, a low-frequency moan that vibrated against my bone. "It's getting stronger, not because he's found me, but because we're getting closer to the source." "Thomas, look at the walls." Sarah pointed to where the natural limestone gave way to something else. It looked like a fungal growth at first, dark, branching veins that crawled across the rock. But as we got closer, I saw they weren't organic. They were fiber optic cables, translucent and pulsing with a rhythmic golden light. They were woven into the very stone, mining the geothermal heat, the kinetic energy of the water, perhaps even the tectonic pressure itself. The architect wasn't just a builder, he was a parasite. He had wrapped his mansion around the planet like a shroud, and now he was drinking it dry to fuel the expansion of his infinite corridors. We rounded a bend, and the cavern opened into a space so vast the lighter's flame couldn't find the walls. In the center of the void stood the heart. It was a sphere of polished obsidian, at least 50 feet in diameter, suspended in midair by a web of the glowing fiber optic veins. It rotated slowly, silently, a black sun in a subterranean sky. Below it, the river was diverted into a series of massive glass turbines that spun with such velocity they were nothing more than a blur of white spray and humming power. "This is the Forgotten Room," Sarah whispered, her face illuminated by the golden pulse of the cables. "The one he didn't want anyone to see, the engine room." "It's the brain," I corrected. "Look at the cables, they aren't just carrying power, they're carrying data." I looked at my arm. The lead plate was glowing. The heat was becoming unbearable. The coordinate was trying to sync with the sphere. I was a remote sensor that had wandered back into the server room. "If I touch it," I said, my voice trembling, "I think I can upload the noise." The noise. The things he deleted. The rust from the boiler. The grit from the marsh. The memory of the way the reeds used to bend in a real wind. If I can get close enough, the coordinate will bridge the gap. It'll dump everything I've seen, all the imperfections, all the errors, directly into the core. "It might kill you, Thomas. You're part of the circuit now." "I'm already a ghost in his machine, Sarah. I'd rather be a virus." I started toward the sphere, stepping onto a narrow catwalk of reinforced glass that spanned the churning turbines. The vibration was so intense it rattled my teeth. The air was thick with the scent of hot metal and static. Every step felt like pushing through a physical wall of resistance. The great design didn't want me here. The logic of the mansion was screaming at me to turn back, to find a nice, quiet hallway and wait for the end. As I reached the center of the catwalk, directly beneath the rotating obsidian sphere, the voice returned. It wasn't the feminine GPS voice. It was the architect. "Thomas," the voice echoed, seemingly coming from inside my own skull. "You are standing at the nexus of 1,000 years of progress. Why do you persist in seeking the dirt? Why do you crave the rot?" "Because the rot is honest," I shouted into the void. "The rot means something actually lived. Life is a chaotic variable. I have given you a world without hunger, without decay, without the messy uncertainty of the wild. I have given you a house with infinite rooms, each one a masterpiece of balance." "It's a tomb," I spat. "You've built the world's most beautiful coffin, and you're trying to force us to lie down in it." "You are a flaw in the marble, Thomas, a crack in the glass. I can repair you. I can integrate your experiences into the design. Give me the coordinate. Let the lead fall away. Become part of the symmetry." I looked down at my arm. The lead plate was starting to melt, the edges dripping like gray wax. The coordinate underneath was a blinding point of white light. I could feel the architect's will pulling at me, a seductive, cooling sensation that promised an end to the fear, an end to the exhaustion. All I had to do was let go. All I had to do was be perfect. I looked back at Sarah. She was standing at the edge of the catwalk, a small, soot-stained figure in a world of giant machines. She looked terrified, but she was real. Her hair was messy. Her coat was torn. She was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen because she was falling apart. "I choose the crack," I screamed. I ripped the softening lead plate from my arm. The pain was astronomical, a jagged lightning bolt that shot from my wrist to my brain. The coordinate, exposed and raw, flared with a violent, flickering intensity. I didn't just touch the sphere. I lunged at it, slamming my glowing arm against the cold, black surface of the obsidian. The contact was like a physical explosion. A torrent of information surged through me, but it wasn't the clean, binary code of the architect. It was the remainder. I felt the weight of every unmapped stone, the texture of every rusted rivet, the smell of the salt marsh, and the chaotic, jagged memory of every person the architect had tried to round up. It was a tidal wave of human error, a billion decimal points screaming into the void. The obsidian sphere stuttered. Its smooth rotation jolted, a grinding sound like a mountain breaking apart echoing through the cavern. The golden light in the cables turned a sickly, flickering red. Error, the feminine voice announced, now distorted and slowing down. System integrity compromised. Unrecognized input detected in Sector 0. Initiating rollback. No rollback, I gasped, my vision blurring. No undo. I pushed harder, my fingers sinking into the obsidian as if it were becoming liquid. The sphere wasn't just a machine. It was a manifestation of a thought, and I was poisoning that thought with reality. The cavern began to shake. Above us, I heard the sound of the gray stone plateau cracking. The pillars were groaning under a weight they weren't designed to carry, the weight of their own impossibility. "Thomas, get back," Sarah's voice sounded miles away. The sphere began to emit a high-pitched whine that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly in the marrow. Cracks appeared on its surface, not the straight, clean lines of a design, but the jagged, branching fractures of a lightning strike. From those cracks, a thick, black smoke began to pour out. It wasn't digital smoke. It was the soot of the old world. I was thrown backward by a pulse of kinetic energy. I hit the glass catwalk and slid toward the edge, my arm smoking, the coordinate now a dull, charred scar. The sphere was failing. The red light in the cables was dying out, replaced by a low, natural orange glow from the lava deep beneath the turbines. The architect's voice returned one last time, but it was no longer calm. It was a frantic, overlapping chorus of 1,000 different versions of himself. The plan, the grid, the integrity, the room is not, the room is. The voice cut out in a burst of static. With a final, catastrophic boom, the obsidian sphere shattered. It didn't break into pieces. It dissolved into a cloud of heavy, black dust that rained down into the turbines, jamming the blades and sending sparks flying into the dark. The hum of the great design stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. For the first time since we had entered the mansion, the world was truly quiet. There was no fan, no vibration, no electronic hiss. I lay on the catwalk, gasping for air. Sarah ran to me, her hands trembling as she helped me sit up. "Did we do it?" she whispered. "Is it over?" I looked up. Far above us, through the jagged hole we had made with the boiler, I could see a sliver of the sky. It wasn't the flat, pale blue of the architect's sky. It was dark and it was filled with stars. They weren't arranged in a grid. They were scattered, random, and brilliant. "We broke the ceiling," I said. But as the dust settled, I realized that the cavern was changing. The fiber optic cables were gone, but the pylons remained. They were no longer glowing. They were just cold, dead concrete, and the water was still rising. The turbines had stopped, but the river was now overflowing its banks, no longer diverted by the architect's machinery. The cavern was beginning to flood. "We have to get out of here," I said, struggling to my feet. My arm felt dead, a heavy weight hanging at my side, but the burning was gone. The coordinate was a dead link. We scrambled back toward the entrance of the cavern, the water now at our waists. The path we had taken was disappearing under a surge of muddy foam. We climbed the jagged rocks, our fingernails bleeding, driven by a primal need to reach the surface. When we finally crawled through the hole and back onto the plateau, the world had changed again. The gray stone was still there, but it was no longer a perfect plain. It was heaving. Great fissures were opening up in the foundation, and from those fissures, the old world was screaming to be let back in. I saw a clump of marsh grass poking through a crack. I saw a handful of wet sand being pushed up by the pressure of the water below. The architect's city of mansions was leaning. The pillars were tilting at impossible angles, the marble walls cracking as the ground beneath them softened and turned back into mud. "He's losing the sight," I said, watching as a perfectly rendered Victorian facade slid into a widening sinkhole. In the distance, the yellow van was visible. It wasn't moving. It was half submerged in a pool of brackish water, its headlights flickering weakly before going out. We weren't safe yet. The entire structure was collapsing, and we were standing in the middle of the demolition zone. "The shoreline," Sarah shouted over the roar of the collapsing stone. "If we can reach the water, maybe we can get beyond the edge of the map." We ran. We ran across the dying grid, jumping over cracks that breathed the smell of the deep earth. The architect's world was folding in on itself, a spreadsheet being deleted row by row. The perfection was being replaced by a magnificent, terrifying chaos. As we reached the edge of the plateau, where the concrete shelf met the sea, I looked back. The great design was a ruin. The infinite rooms were spilling their secrets into the mud. The forgotten rooms were being remembered by the earth. And there, standing on a fragment of a marble balcony that was slowly sinking into the marsh, was a figure. It was a man in a gray suit, his face a blur of unfinished features. He wasn't moving. He was just watching his world disappear. He wasn't the architect. He was just the last thought of a dying system. We didn't wait to see him go under. We dived into the cold, salt-heavy water of the real sea. The transition was violent. The water was freezing and the waves were unpredictable, tossing us like driftwood. But as I broke the surface and took a breath of the cold, night air, I knew we were out. The air tasted of salt, fish, and decay. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever tasted. We swam until our muscles failed, eventually dragging ourselves onto a strip of shingle beach that felt solid, ancient, and blissfully unmanaged. I lay on my back looking up at the stars. They were still there, messy and bright. Sarah sat beside me, wringing out her hair. She looked at my arm at the charred mark where the coordinate had been. "It's gone, Thomas, the signal. I can't feel the hum anymore." I closed my eyes. The silence was deep, but it wasn't the silence of a vacuum. I could hear the crickets in the grass behind us. I could hear the tide retreating over the stones. I could hear my own heart beating a ragged, imperfect rhythm. "He'll try to rebuild," I said softly. "Perfectionists never really quit." "Let him try," Sarah said, looking at the dark horizon where the mansion had been. "He built on top of the world, but he forgot that the world is always moving underneath. You can't pave over the soul forever." I reached out and took her hand. Her palm was rough, scratched, and covered in grit. It was perfect. We sat there for a long time, two remainders in a world that had stopped trying to round us up. The mansion was gone. The forgotten room was closed, but the dark was full of possibilities. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't looking for the exit. I was just looking at the view. The salt on my lips was the first honest thing I had tasted in years. It wasn't the chemically balanced salinity of the architect's simulated oceans, which always carried a faint aftertaste of chlorine and filtered equilibrium. This was bitter, stinging, and cold enough to make my lungs seize. It was the taste of a world that didn't care if I drowned in it, and that indifference was the greatest mercy I had ever known. Sarah and I dragged ourselves further up the shingle beach, our fingers clawing at the smooth, water-worn stones. These weren't the uniform gravel paths of the mansion's gardens. These were rocks of 1,000 different shapes and mineral compositions, tossed together by 1,000,000 years of chaotic tides. I gripped a handful of them, feeling the jagged edges and the slime of real algae. I started to
lost
laugh,
in the darkness.
a ragged,
These cracked
hacking
pipes
sound
overhead are
that
the
turned
only
into a
sign I'm not
cough
alone.
as I spat out a mouthful of brine. Thomas, Sarah breathed, her voice barely audible over the rhythmic hushing of the waves. She was pointing back toward the horizon. I turned. The great design was still visible, but it was no longer a monument to infinite progression. It looked like a dying organism. The silhouette of the plateau, that impossible shelf of gray stone, was tilting sharply into the sea. The lights, those soft, amber glows that had illuminated a billion hallways, were flickering out in massive, rectangular blocks. It was like watching a city-sized motherboard short-circuit. As the foundation sank, the atmospheric processors must have failed. The sky above the mansion began to swirl with a violent, unnatural weather pattern. A localized hurricane of the architect's own making was tearing through the upper floors, ripping away the silk tapestries and the mahogany paneling, scattering the perfect furniture into the dark water like confetti. Then came the sound. It wasn't a crash, it was a groan of structural despair. The pylons we had seen in the cavern, those massive anchors of logic, were finally snapping. One by one, the towers of the mansion, the libraries that contained every book never written, the dining room set for guests who never arrived, toppled into the surf. The scale of the destruction was silent from this distance, a pantomime of falling giants, until the shockwave hit us. A wall of pressurized air rolled across the water, smelling of ozone and ancient dust, knocking us flat against the stones. When I looked up again, the horizon was empty. The stars, the real stars, seemed to burn brighter in the sudden absence of the mansion's glow. "It's submerged," I said, my voice trembling. "The heart, the obsidian sphere, it must have taken the whole grid down with it when it shattered." "He'll be down there," Sarah said, staring at the dark water. In the dark, trying to calculate where the error began. I looked at my arm. The skin where the coordinate had been was a puckered, angry red, but the silver-white light was gone. The lead-fused shielding had vanished, leaving only a scar that looked like a bird in flight, or perhaps just a jagged crack in a window. I felt light. For the first time since the logging camp, the pressure in the back of my skull had evaporated. I wasn't a point on a map anymore. I was just a man on a beach. We stood up shakily, our wet clothes heavy and chafing. Behind the beach, a line of dark, scrubby trees marked the beginning of a coastal forest. It wasn't the manicured parkland of the architect's nature rooms. These trees were stunted by the wind, their branches twisted into defensive postures, reaching for a sun that wasn't always guaranteed to shine. "Which way?" Sarah asked. "Away from the water," I replied. "We need to find out what's left of the world he didn't touch." We began to walk. The transition from the shingle to the soft, loamy earth of the woods felt like stepping onto a living thing. The ground gave under our boots, it breathed. We pushed through thickets of briars that tore at our sleeves, and for every scratch, I felt a strange sense of gratitude. Pain was a feedback loop the architect had tried to dampen, a variable of discomfort he sought to eliminate. Here, it was a reminder of boundaries. As we moved deeper into the woods, the silence of the beach was replaced by the cacophony of the wild. Things were scurrying in the undergrowth. Owls were calling. The air was thick with the scent of damp pine needles and rotting leaves. It was messy. It was inefficient. It was beautiful. After an hour of trekking, we found a road. It wasn't a grand, marble-paved boulevard or a frictionless transit corridor. It was a narrow ribbon of cracked asphalt, half reclaimed by the forest. Weeds grew through the fissures, and the white lines had faded to a ghostly gray. "A road goes somewhere," Sarah said, her eyes searching the darkness. The architect's roads always circled back. They were closed loops. This looks like it leads out. We followed the asphalt, our footsteps echoing with a dull, flat thud that felt remarkably honest. About 3 miles in, we saw a flicker of light through the trees. Not the steady, cold LED of the mansion, but a warm, orange pulse. The smell of wood smoke reached us, acrid, sweet, and ancient. We rounded a bend and saw a small cabin. It was lopsided, built of rough-hewn logs and topped with a rusted tin roof. A single window was lit by the glow of a hearth. Out front, an old truck sat on blocks, its tires long since rotted away, its bed filled with rainwater and fallen leaves. Sarah stopped, her hand tightening on my arm. Is it a room? Is it another trap? I looked at the cabin. I looked for the telltale signs of the architect's hand, the perfect symmetry, the lack of dust, the way the light hit the glass at a mathematically ideal angle. I saw none of it. The porch was sagging. One of the shutters was hanging by a single hinge. There was a pile of firewood stacked unevenly against the wall, some of it damp, some of it splitting. No, I said, feeling a lump form in my throat. It's too broken to be his. We approached the porch, the wooden boards creaking under our weight. I reached out and knocked on the door. The sound was solid. No hum followed it. No feminine voice offered us a tour or a beverage. The door opened. An old man stood there. His face was a map of a long, difficult life, deep furrows in his brow, a nose that had been broken at least once, and eyes that were clouded with cataracts but still sharp with suspicion. He was wearing a flannel shirt that had been patched at the elbows with a different fabric entirely. He smelled of tobacco and wet dog. He looked at us, two shivering, salt-crusted wrecks, and he didn't offer a scripted greeting. He didn't ask for our coordinates. "You look like you've been through the mill," he said, his voice like gravel grinding together. We came from the coast," I managed to say. The old man squinted, looking past us toward the dark horizon where the mansion had stood. Saw a lot of lights out that way tonight, flickerin' and dyin'. Figured that big heap of stone finally took a tumble. "You knew about it?" Sarah asked, her voice cracking. "Hard not to notice a neighbor who keeps building walls until he runs out of sky," the man grunted. He stepped aside, gesturing into the warm, cluttered interior of the cabin. "Come on in. I got a pot of coffee that's mostly chicory, but it's hot, and I reckon you need to sit by a fire that wasn't started by a computer." We stepped inside. The cabin was small, cramped, and smelled of wood smoke and old paper. There were shelves filled with mismatched jars of preserved vegetables, a stack of tattered magazines, and a dog, a real mangy hound that thrashed its tail against the floorboards but didn't bother to get up. I sat down in a wooden chair that had been carved to fit a human back, not a design aesthetic. As the heat from the fireplace hit my face, I felt the last of the mansion's chill begin to melt away. The old man handed us 2 tin mugs of dark, bitter liquid. I took a sip. It was terrible. It was burnt, acidic, and far too strong. I drank it like it was the finest wine in the world. "He tried to come here once," the old man said, settling into a rocking chair across from us. "Years ago, some fella in a gray suit, looking like he'd never seen a day of sun in his life, talked about optimization and expansion. Offered me a room in his big house. Said I wouldn't have to worry about the roof leaking or the wood running low." "What did you tell him?" Sarah asked. The man chuckled, a dry, wheezing sound. "I told him I liked my leaks. They tell me when it's raining. And I told him a man who don't worry about his wood is a man who's forgotten how to stay warm. He didn't like that. Said I was an anomaly. I told him I was just a man, and he could take his marble and his glass and shove 'em where the sun don't shine." I looked at the fire. The flames were chaotic, leaping and dancing in patterns that no algorithm could ever fully predict. The soot was staining the stones of the hearth, a dark, permanent record of every fire that had burned there. "He's gone now," I said. "The mansion, it's in the sea." The old man nodded slowly. "The earth's got a way of healing over the scars we give it. Takes time, but it gets there. He thought he could build something that wouldn't die, but that's the trouble with things that don't die. They never really live, neither." I leaned my head back against the wall. I could hear the wind whistling through the gaps in the logs. It was a cold wind, a lonely wind, but it was a real one. Thomas,
Lost in the
Sarah
darkness,
whispered.
these
I
cracked
looked at
pipes
her.
overhead are the
She was
only sign
staring
of
at her
our
own hands. They were covered in the gray dust of the plateau, but underneath the dirt, her skin was flushed with the heat of the fire. What do we do tomorrow? I thought about the infinite hallways, the rooms that led to other rooms, the endless cycle of better and more. I thought about the architect, sitting in his obsidian heart, trying to calculate the soul out of the world. Tomorrow, I said, and the word felt like a gift. Tomorrow, we find out where this road goes. We find the people who didn't want the rooms. We find the ones who stayed in the rain. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small brass lighter I had scavenged. It was empty now, the flint worn down to nothing, the fuel exhausted. I looked at it for a moment, then leaned forward and placed it on the mantelpiece, next to a jar of dried herbs and a chipped ceramic bird. It was a relic of a journey through a nightmare, a piece of junk that had helped us find the light. The old man watched me, a faint smile playing across his weathered lips. Rest now, he said. The sun's gonna come up in a few hours. It won't be perfect, and it'll probably be cloudy, but it'll be the real thing. I closed my eyes. For the first time in a long time, I didn't dream of hallways. I didn't dream of coordinates or lead shielding or the hum of the great design. I dreamt of the marsh. I dreamt of the way the reeds used to bend in a real wind, messy and wild and free. I dreamt of the rust on the boiler and the grit in the air. And in the dream, I wasn't looking for a way out. I was already there. The silence of the cabin was filled with the breathing of the dog, the crackle of the wood, and the steady, rhythmic heartbeat of the world outside. A heart that didn't thump with mechanical precision, but pulsed with the heavy, directional purpose of life itself. The architect had built a mansion, but he had forgotten the foundation. And as I drifted off to sleep, I knew that no matter how many rooms he built, he could never contain the sky. The morning did not break with the cinematic gold of the architect's simulated dawns. There was no perfectly timed crescendo of light hitting the mountain peaks at a 30-degree angle. Instead, the world outside the cabin transitioned slowly from a bruised purple to a flat, wet gray. Rain, steady and unhurried, drummed against the tin roof with a chaotic percussion that would have driven the architect to distraction. It was a messy, disorganized sound, full of rhythmic stutters and sudden splashes where the gutters had long ago rusted through. I woke up on the floor, my head resting on a rolled-up burlap sack. My muscles screamed with the kind of deep, lactic ache that only comes from genuine physical exertion. It wasn't the clean fatigue of a gym or the sterile exhaustion of the mansion's endless corridors. It was the heavy, grounding pain of a body that had fought the elements and won. Sarah was already awake, sitting at the small, scarred wooden table. She was staring out the window at the mist clinging to the trees. She looked different in the natural light, haggard pale, her skin mapped with small cuts and bruises, but her eyes were clear. The haunted, frantic flicker that had lived in her pupils since the logging camp had vanished. The old man, whose name we discovered was Elias, was hovering over a wood-burning stove. He moved with a hitch in his hip, a physical imperfection that he didn't try to hide or correct. He was frying something in a cast-iron skillet, and the smell of rendered fat and salt filled the room, thick enough to taste. Storms settled in for the day, Elias said without looking back. Good for the soil, bad for Hicken. You two look like you could use another few hours of doing absolutely nothing. We can't stay long, I said, though my legs felt like lead. We don't know if there's anything left of the system, if it can reboot. Elias turned, holding a spatula like a scepter. Son, I've lived on this ridge for 70 years. I watched that fella build his glass towers and his marble halls. I watched the birds stop flying over that part of the coast because the air felt wrong to them. Last night, when that light went out, I felt the ground shiver. It wasn't a glitch. It was a collapse. You can't build a house that big without a soul and expect the earth to keep holding it up forever. The tide's got it now, and the tide don't give back what it takes. He slid 2 plates onto the table. It was fried salt pork and some kind of dense, gray bread. It was heavy, greasy, and utterly real. I ate with a ferocity that surprised me, my body recognizing the caloric density of food that hadn't been synthesized in a clean room. "Where does the road lead, Elias?" Sarah asked, her voice stronger than it had been the night before. "Follow it south, you'll hit the old county line," he said, leaning against the counter. "There's a town there, Oakhaven, or what's left of it. Most folks moved away when the company started buying up the shoreline. They promised jobs, promised a new way of living. A lot of them went into that mansion and never came back out. But there's a few stubborn bastards left. They run a co-op, keep the generators going. They won't ask you for no ID, and they won't care where you came from, so long as you can pull your weight." The company. It was a small corporate name for a cosmic horror. The architect hadn't just appeared, he had been invited. He had been a solution to a world that felt too broken, too volatile, and too difficult to manage. He had offered a retreat into perfection, and a generation had walked into the mouth of the beast, thinking they were entering a sanctuary. We stayed until the rain tapered off to a fine drizzle. Elias gave us 2 heavy canvas coats, stiff, smelling of mothballs and wood smoke, and a small bag of dried apples. He refused any payment, not that we had anything to give. "Just don't go looking for any more shortcuts," he warned as we stood on the sagging porch. "The world's a hard place, and it'll break your heart a dozen times before you're through, but at least it's your heart. Don't let nobody else keep it in a box." We started down the road. The air was cool and damp, the mist curling around the trunks of the pines like white silk. For the first few miles, we didn't talk. We just listened to the world. The sound of a distant crow, the trickle of a roadside stream, the crunch of gravel under our boots. These were the sounds of the forgotten world, the one that had been discarded in favor of the great design. As we walked, I noticed the subtle signs of the architect's influence on the landscape. Every so often, we would pass a fence line that was too straight, or a patch of grass that looked a little too uniform in color. These were the fringe zones, the places where the mansion's reality had bled into the surrounding environment, trying to colonize the wilderness. But the wilderness was winning. Rust was eating the fence wire. Moss was swallowing the concrete posts. The real world was an invasive species, and it was reclaiming its territory with a slow, relentless patience. "Thomas," Sarah said, stopping by a rusted-out car shell half buried in the ditch. "Do you think he's dead, the architect?" I looked toward the coast, though it was hidden by the trees and the fog. "I don't think he was ever alive in the way we are. He was a process, a set of rules that got too big for its own good. If the heart is gone, the rules don't have a place to live anymore. He might still exist as a ghost in some server somewhere, but his world is underwater." "I can still feel the silence," she whispered, touching her temple. "Not the hum. The silence where it used to be. It's like an amputated limb." "It'll fade," I said, though I wasn't sure. We spent so long trying to find the forgotten room that we forgot we were the ones who were lost. We aren't remainders anymore, Sarah. We're just people. By mid-afternoon, the road began to widen. We saw the first signs of Oakhaven, a collapsed billboard for a brand of soda that hadn't existed in 20 years, and a line of telephone poles with sagging, useless wires. The town appeared at the bottom of a long hill, nestled in a valley that looked like it had been carved by a glacier. It wasn't a beautiful town. It was a collection of gray-shingled houses, a main street with boarded-up windows, and a small harbor filled with fishing boats that looked like they had been repaired more times than they had been built. But there was smoke coming from the chimneys. There were people on the sidewalks, wearing heavy coats and moving with a purposeful, unhurried gait. There was a dog barking at a seagull. As we reached the outskirts, a man in a yellow slicker was working on a tractor by the side of the road. He looked up as we approached, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. He didn't look at us with the blank, terrifying neutrality of the mansion's servants. He looked at us with a weary, human curiosity. "You folks look like you've come a long way," he said, his voice a pleasant baritone. "From the coast," I said, the phrase now a shorthand for our survival. The man's expression shifted. He looked toward the south, toward the invisible line where the plateau used to be. "Heard a hell of a noise last night. Sky turned a strange color too. People in town are saying the big house finally fell down." "It did," Sarah said. The man nodded, a short, sharp movement. "Well, about damn time. Nature don't like a vacuum, and it sure as hell didn't like that place. You looking for work, or just a place to dry out?" "Both," I said. "Go see Miller at the dockside. He's looking for hands to help clear the debris the tide's washing in. It's dirty work, but it pays in credit at the general store and a hot meal at the canteen." "Thank you," I said. We walked into the heart of Oak Haven. It was a place of peeling paint and salt-stained wood, of mud puddles and the smell of fish. It was a place of limits. You could only walk so far before you hit the forest or the sea. You could only eat what was grown or caught. You could only live as long as your heart kept beating in the cold. We found the dockside. A group of men and women were hauling lengths of white, synthetic timber out of the surf, pieces of the mansion that the ocean was spitting back out. It was high-grade polymer, meant to look like oak, but it felt hollow and light in their hands. They were stacking it in a heap to be burned. I looked at the pile of perfection being prepared for the fire. It was the debris of a dream that had tried to replace the world. Sarah and I stepped forward, reaching for the next piece of white timber that washed up on the shingle. My hands were cold, my back was aching, and the salt was still stinging the cuts on my arms. I looked at her, and she smiled, a real, crooked, imperfect smile that didn't follow any aesthetic law. We began to work. We hauled the wreckage of the infinite rooms onto the shore, clearing the way for the real tide to come in. We weren't building a mansion. We weren't looking for a secret door. We were just living in the room we were in, and for the first time in my life, that was enough. The sun finally peeked through the clouds just before it set, casting a long, low light over the harbor. It didn't illuminate a marble hall or a gilded staircase. It just lit up the ripples in the water and the tired faces of the people working beside us. It was a messy, fading light, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The great design was gone. The forgotten room was empty, and as the fire of the burning polymers began to roar, sending a column of black, foul-smelling smoke into the darkening sky, I knew that we were finally, truly home. The world was broken, and it was beautiful, and it was ours. The work was grueling in a way that had nothing to do with the frantic, adrenaline-fueled terror of the mansion. It was a rhythmic, soul-deep exhaustion. By the time the sun dipped below the jagged silhouette of the pines, my hands were raw, the salt air having found every microcut the architect's glass had gifted me. Sarah worked beside me, her jaw set in a hard line of concentration. We didn't talk much. There was something about the physical weight of the debris, the shattered remains of white-molded polymer and reinforced carbon fiber, that demanded a certain kind of silence. Every piece we hauled from the surf and tossed onto the growing burn pile felt like a sentence being struck from a record. We were editing the world, purging the plastic ghost of a future that had tried to swallow us whole. Miller, the man in charge of the docks, was a barrel-chested individual with a beard that looked like it had been woven from steel wool. He watched us with a discerning eye. not unkindly, but with the skepticism of a man who had seen too many refugees from the coastal developments arrive with soft hands and hollow stares. When the light finally failed, he whistled a sharp, piercing note that cut through the sound of the crashing waves. "That's enough for tonight," Miller shouted over the wind. "The tide's turning anyway. It'll just bring in more of that junk by morning. Head up to the canteen. Tell Martha I sent you. She'll give you a bowl of whatever's bubbling." The canteen was a long, low building made of reclaimed timber and corrugated iron. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of wood smoke, wet wool, and a communal warmth that felt almost heavy. It wasn't the curated climate control of the mansion. It was the
Lost
heat
in
of
the
bodies
darkness,
and a
these
central
cracked
hearth,
pipes overhead are the only sign
fluctuating
I'm not
every
alone.
time the heavy door swung open to let in a gust of the night air. We took our bowls, a thick, grayish stew of root vegetables and oily fish, and found a corner on a bench polished smooth by years of use. I watched Sarah eat. She was staring at a knot in the wood of the table, her spoon moving mechanically. "What are you thinking about?" I asked softly. She looked up, and for a second I saw a flash of the old fear, the look she had when we were trapped in the room with the infinite clocks. "I keep waiting for the walls to move," she whispered. "I keep expecting the steam from this bowl to resolve into a hologram, or for the floor to start vibrating with that hum. It's too quiet, Thomas. My head feels empty." "It's not empty," I said, reaching across to cover her hand with mine. My skin was stained with brine and soot, hers the same. "It's just yours again. The architect didn't leave a void, he just stopped filling the space with noise. You're hearing your own thoughts for the first time in months. Of course they sound quiet." She nodded slowly, leaning into the warmth of the room. Around us, the chatter of Oakhaven was a low, messy rumble. People were arguing about fuel rations, laughing about a broken winch, complaining about the damp. It was the sound of a community that was barely holding on, yet it possessed a vitality that the mansion's most elaborate social simulations could never replicate. In the mansion, every interaction felt like it had been optimized for maximum efficiency or narrative impact. Here, a man was just telling a long, rambling story about a goat because he wanted to hear himself talk. It was glorious in its pointlessness. A woman approached our table, wiping her hands on a stained apron. She had white hair tied back in a fierce bun and eyes that seemed to have seen every storm the Atlantic could throw at the coast. "You're the ones from the ridge," she said. It wasn't a question. Elias sent word down. Said 2 strays might be heading this way looking for more than just a meal. "We're looking for a place to stay," I said, "and work, whatever needs doing." The woman, Martha, sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Work we got. The world's fallen apart faster than we can patch it. As for staying, there's a loft over the tool shed. It's drafty and the owls will keep you up, but the roof don't leak much. It's yours if you keep clearing the beach. We need that plastic gone before the spring spawn or the fish will be choked with it." "We'll take it," Sarah said instantly. That night, as we lay on thin mattresses stuffed with dried seagrass, the silence of Oakhaven settled over us. Through a small, salt-crusted window, I could see the stars. They weren't the brilliant, steady jewels of the mansion's observatory, which had been filtered through lead glass to remove the twinkle of atmospheric interference. These stars flickered. They dimmed and brightened as the mist rolled over the valley. They looked cold and infinitely far away. I realized then that the architect's greatest sin wasn't the imprisonment, it was the proximity. He had brought everything, the stars, the weather, the ideal life within arm's reach, and in doing so, he had stripped them of their scale. To live in the mansion was to be the center of a very small, very perfect universe. To live here, in the drafty loft of a tool shed, was to be a speck in a vast, indifferent, and beautiful reality. I felt smaller than I had ever felt, and for the first time I felt safe. The weeks that followed fell into a grueling, restorative rhythm. Our lives became measured by the tide and the strength of our own limbs. We cleared the beach of the architect's white bones, watching as the pile of burning debris slowly consumed the physical memory of our nightmare. We learned the names of the people in Oakhaven, not the scripted titles of curator or design lead, but names like Old Pete, who knew how to read the clouds, and Clara, who could fix a generator with a piece of wire and a prayer. There were moments, however, when the ghost of the mansion reached out. One afternoon, while digging through a tangle of kelp, Sarah pulled out a piece of polished obsidian. It was perfectly spherical, about the size of a grapefruit. As she held it, a faint blue light pulsed deep within its core, a dying ember of the great design's processing power. She froze, her face turning ashen. For a moment, the sound of the ocean seemed to recede, replaced by that low, familiar thrum. The sphere began to project a flickering image into the damp air, a wireframe map of a hallway that led nowhere, a ghost of a room that no longer existed. "Thomas," she gasped, her fingers trembling. I stepped over and took the sphere from her. It felt unnaturally warm, a feverish heat that didn't belong in the cold, salt spray. I looked into the depths of the obsidian and saw the architect's logic struggling to reassert itself, trying to find a coordinate, a sensor, a soul to calibrate against. It was a fragment of a god begging to be rebuilt. I didn't hesitate. I wound my arm back and flung the sphere as far as I could into the gray expanse of the Atlantic. It cut through the air with a faint, electronic whine before disappearing into the white foam of a breaking wave. We watched the spot where it sank, waiting for something to happen, a flare of light, a surge in the water, but there was nothing. The ocean swallowed it with the same indifference it showed a pebble. "It's gone," I said, my voice steady. "The water's too deep and the salt's too corrosive. He can't build there." Sarah leaned against me, her breathing ragged. "He's still trying, isn't he? Somewhere the code is still running." "Maybe," I said, "but he's lost the map. He's just a signal without a receiver." As autumn turned toward a biting, honest winter, the big house became a legend in Oakhaven, a cautionary tale told to children about the man who tried to live inside a dream. They called it the glass grave. Sometimes, after a particularly violent storm, the tide would bring in something more recognizable: a shattered chair of Italian marble, a scorched painting of a landscape that never was, or a handful of silver cutlery. The people of Oakhaven didn't treasure these things. They used the marble to patch the sea wall and melted the silver down for trade. They treated the architect's treasures like the refuse they were. I found myself spending a lot of time at the edge of the cliffs, looking south. The plateau where the mansion had stood was a jagged, toothy ruin now, the earth having reclaimed the space where the foundation had been forced. It looked like a scar that was slowly being covered by the green-gray moss of the coast. One evening, I found Elias sitting on a driftwood log near the path to his cabin. He was carving a piece of cedar, his knife moving with a slow, practiced grace. "You still looking for him?" the old man asked without looking up. "Just making sure the horizon's still empty," I replied, sitting down on the cold sand nearby. "Empty's a funny word," Elias said, blowing a shaving of wood off his knee. "The horizon's full of things, just not the things you're afraid of. You gotta look in your eye, Thomas, like a man who's waiting for a bell to ring." I spent a long time being optimized, Elias. It's hard to stop expecting the world to have a purpose for me. Elias stopped carving and looked at me, his eyes sharp under his bushy brows. Purpose is a trap. The architect, he had a purpose. He wanted to solve the world. But the world ain't a riddle, son. It's a riot. You don't solve it, you just survive it until you can't no more. Your purpose, right now, is to help Miller fix that leak in the canteen roof before the snow hits. Beyond that, the rest is just vanity. I laughed, a short, sharp sound that felt good in the cold air. I think I'm getting better at the surviving part. You are. You got the grit under your nails now. That don't wash off easy. Winter hit Oakhaven with a ferocity that would have been an environmental error in the mansion. The temperature plummeted, the wind howled through the gaps in our loft, and the sea turned into a churning, violent beast of slate and foam. We spent our days hauling wood, keeping the fire stoked and huddling together under layers of wool and canvas. It was hard. It was miserable. There were nights when my fingers were too cold to move, and my breath came in white plumes that froze to the blankets. But in the middle of the coldest night, when the wind was screaming like a wounded animal, Sarah woke me up. She wasn't crying and she wasn't scared. She was pointing at the roof. A small leak had developed.
These cracked pipes
A steady
overhead are the sign
asterisk
of our
drip,
world.
drip, drip of icy water hitting a tin bucket we'd placed on the floor. "Listen," she whispered. I listened. I heard the wind, I heard the drip, I heard the creak of the timber. "It's raining," she said, a wide, genuine smile breaking across her face. "It's actually raining, Thomas, and we're here to hear it." I pulled her closer, the cold of the room pressing against us, the reality of our struggle the only thing that mattered. We weren't in the forgotten room anymore. We weren't a design aesthetic or a data point. We were two cold, tired, hungry people in a drafty shed at the edge of a broken world. The architect had built a mansion of glass and light, a place where no one ever felt the sting of the wind or the ache of the cold. He had built a paradise of more. But as I drifted back to sleep to the irregular, beautiful sound of the leaking roof, I knew that Elias was right. A man who doesn't worry about his wood is a man who's forgotten how to stay warm. We were warm, not because of a computer-controlled hearth or a simulated sun, but because we had earned the fire. We had found the only room that mattered, the one with the door that stayed open, letting in the rain, the cold, and the glorious, unmapped future. As the first snow of the season began to fall, blanketing the ruins of the glass grave and the humble roofs of Oakhaven alike, the world felt quiet. Not the silence of the void, but the silence of a long, deep breath. The mansion was a memory, the architect was a ghost, and the real road, the one made of mud and stone, stretched out before us, messy and winding, leading exactly where it was supposed to go. Nowhere in particular, and everywhere at once. The winter did not relent, and in its harshness, it stripped away the last vestiges of our former selves. My reflection in the cracked mirror above the canteen's wash basin was that of a stranger, gaunt, bearded, with eyes that had lost the frantic, darting quality of a caged animal. My hands were no longer the hands of a man who moved digital sliders or adjusted the lighting of a virtual gallery. They were scarred, calloused, and permanently stained with the gray silt of the harbor. Sarah, too, had transformed. The delicate, ethereal beauty the architect had cultivated in her, a beauty designed to be observed, had hardened into something structural and resilient. She moved with a newfound economy of motion, her strength born not from a gym's resistance machines, but from the daily necessity of survival. By mid-January, the supply of synthetic timber from the mansion had finally ceased. The ocean had finished its cleaning, or perhaps the wreckage had finally settled into the deep trenches beyond the shelf. The great burn pile at the edge of the docks was now a mound of frozen ash, and the air in Oakhaven smelled once again of wood smoke and brine rather than melting plastic. With the debris gone, our work shifted to the more immediate concerns of the town. One morning, Miller cornered me as I was hauling a crate of dried cod from the smokehouse. The wind was whipping off the North Atlantic, carrying needles of sleet that stung the cheeks. "Thomas," he said, his voice a gravelly rumble, "the old pump house at the Northwell is freezing up. The insulation's shot and the seals are cracking. I need someone small enough to crawl into the intake housing and someone steady enough to hold the torch. You and the girl up for it." "We're up for it," I said. The pump house was a skeletal structure perched on a granite outcrop a mile from the village. It was the lifeline of Oak Haven, pulling fresh water from a deep subterranean spring before the salt could encroach. As we worked in the cramped, freezing darkness of the cellar, the contrast to the mansion was almost physical. In the big house, water had been a sensory experience, cascading falls in the atrium, heated infinity pools that blurred into the horizon, moisture-rich mists that smelled of jasmine. Here, water was a stubborn, mechanical reality. It was heavy, it was freezing, and it required constant manual intervention to keep it flowing. I lay on my back in the mud of the crawlspace, holding a sputtering kerosene torch, while Sarah worked a wrench against a rusted bolt. The flickering orange light cast long, distorted shadows against the stone walls. "If this bolt snaps, the whole town goes dry by Tuesday," Sarah muttered, her breath hitching with the effort. "Don't let it snap then," I said, squinting against the smoke of the torch. "Easier said than done. Everything here is so brittle. It feels like the whole world is held together by spit and iron wire." "It is," I replied. "That's the difference. The mansion was held together by an idea. When the idea failed, the walls vanished. This place, if the iron breaks, we fix it. It doesn't disappear just because we stop believing in it." She gave the wrench a final, desperate shove. There was a sickening asterisk groan of metal on metal, a sound that would have triggered a dozen silent alarms in the architect's sanctuary. But here it was followed by the sweet, rhythmic asterisk thud-thud-thud of the piston catching its stride. Water began to pulse through the pipes, a vibrant, living sound. Sarah slumped back against the damp earth, wiping a streak of grease across her forehead. She laughed, a ragged, triumphant sound. "We did it. We actually fixed something." "We did." We stayed there for a moment in the dark, listening to the machine breathe. It was a humble victory, but it felt more significant than any of the grand revelations we had uncovered in the hidden corridors of the plateau. We weren't uncovering secrets anymore. We were maintaining a life. As we walked back toward the village, the sleet turned into a heavy, wet snow. The world began to blur, the sharp edges of the pines softening under a layer of white. Halfway down the trail, Sarah stopped, her head tilted to the side. "Do you hear that?" she asked. I stilled my breathing. At first, there was only the wind. Then, from the direction of the southern cliffs, the direction of the ruins, came a sound like a distant, low-frequency hum. It wasn't the mechanical vibration of a pump or the roar of the ocean. It was a digital shimmer, a harmonic resonance that vibrated in the marrow of my teeth. "The signal," I whispered. We moved to the edge of the trail, looking toward the whiteout where the plateau used to be. For a heartbeat, the snow seemed to thin, and I saw it. A column of pale, flickering light rising from the center of the ruins. It wasn't a fire. It was a projection, a ghost of a skyscraper, a shimmering wireframe of a tower that reached toward the clouds before blinking out of existence. It was a glitch in the ghost of a machine. "He's still trying to reboot," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "The core, it must be buried deeper than we thought. Under the rock, it's trying to rebuild the great design." "It can't," I said, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. "The infrastructure is gone. The sensors are destroyed. It's just a feedback loop, Sarah. A ghost limb feeling a phantom itch." We watched for nearly an hour, but the light did not return. The snow intensified, swallowing the horizon, erasing the boundary between the earth and the sky. That night in the canteen, the atmosphere was subdued. The lights in the ruins had been seen by others. Old Pete sat by the hearth, his hands shaking as he held a mug of hot cider. "It's an ill omen," Pete muttered to the room. "That place was built on a lie, and the lie don't want to die. My father told me about the men who came here 50 years ago talking about smart cities and post-scarcity. They bought up the land, fenced off the ridge, and then they vanished into their own heads. Whatever's left up there, it ain't nature. It's a sickness." "It's just machinery, Pete. Miller said, though he looked uneasy. Wired deep into the geothermal vents, probably just a short circuit caused by the freeze. A short circuit, don't scream, Pete countered. I heard it when the light went up, a sound like 1,000 voices all trying to say the same word at once. I looked at Sarah. We knew what that word was, optimization. The fear began to seep back into the edges of the village. For months, we had lived in the shadow of the big house, treating its destruction as a finality. But the architect had designed the mansion to be a self-healing organism. If the core survived, if the subterranean servers were still drawing power from the Earth's heat, it was possible the great design was merely dormant, waiting for a user to acknowledge its presence. The next few days were marked by a series of strange occurrences. The radio in the general store began to emit bursts of rhythmic static, not the random noise of atmospheric interference, but a structured, mathematical pulse. The compasses in the fishing boats began to spin erratically, pointing toward the ruins instead of the north. And then there were the dreams. I dreamt of a room with no doors, where the walls were made of screens displaying every moment of my life in Oakhaven. In the dream, the architect sat in the corner, his face obscured by shadow. "You think you left," he whispered, his voice a 1,000-fold echo. "But you only expanded the parameters. Oakhaven is just another floor. The cold is just a setting. The hunger is just a variable. You are still in the room, Thomas. You never left the room." I woke up screaming, my skin drenched in a cold sweat. Sarah was already awake, sitting up in the dark, her eyes wide and glassy. "He's calling us back," she said. "No," I rasped, grasping for the reality of the drafty loft. I reached out and touched the rough timber of the wall, feeling the splinters bite into my palm. "He's not calling us. He's trying to convince us that we never left. It's his only weapon now, the illusion of inevitability." "But the lights, Thomas, the radio, he's still there." "He's a ghost in a machine that's been smashed to pieces. He's a program with no output. We have to finish it." The realization hit me with the weight of a falling tree. As long as the core remained active, as long as the brain of the mansion pulsed beneath the rock, Oakhaven would never be free. The architect's influence would continue to bleed into the world, warping the reality of everyone within range of his dying signal. He would turn our struggle into a simulation, our survival into a narrative. The next morning, I went to see Elias. He was in his cabin, surrounded by his carvings. He didn't look surprised to see me. "You're going up there," he said. Not a question, but a statement of fact. "I have to. There's something still running under the ridge. It's trying to reach out." Elias nodded, reaching into a chest beside his bed. He pulled out a heavy, canvas-wrapped object and handed it to me. I unwrapped it to find a heavy-duty demolition hammer and a canister of industrial thermite, the kind used for welding rail lines. "Found these in the old mining caches years ago," Elias said. "The architect thought he'd cleared out all the old tools, but he missed a few holes. If you find the heart of it, don't try to talk to it. Don't try to understand it. Just break it. A machine can't dream if it ain't got a head." "How do I find it?" "Follow the hum. The earth knows where the poison is. The trees near the ridge are dying from the roots up. Follow the gray wood." Sarah insisted on coming. I tried to argue, but she looked at me with a fierce, cold clarity that ended the discussion. "I spent my whole life being a ghost in his house," she said. "I want to be the one who turns out the lights." We left Oakhaven at dawn, carrying the tools of destruction. The climb was grueling. The path we had taken to escape was now buried under 3 feet of snow, and the air grew thinner and colder as we ascended the ridge. The silence of the forest was unnatural. There were no bird calls, no scurry of squirrels. The trees were indeed dying, their bark peeling away in long, sickly strips to reveal wood that looked like charred bone. As we reached the edge of the plateau, the wind died down to a ghostly whisper. The sight of the mansion was a nightmare of jagged glass and twisted metal, a graveyard of perfection. The snow didn't seem to settle here. It melted as soon as it touched the ground, revealing the black, scorched foundation of the great design. In the center of the ruin, where the grand atrium had once been, a jagged fissure had opened in the earth. A soft, rhythmic blue light was pulsing from within the crack, accompanied by that low, bone-deep thrum. "There," I said, pointing toward the abyss. We descended into the fissure, sliding down a slope of pulverized marble and melted plastic. The air grew warmer, smelling of ozone and hot copper. We reached a landing, a service corridor that had survived the collapse. It was a stark, utilitarian space, free of the aesthetic flourishes of the upper floors. Here, the architect's true nature was revealed, a labyrinth of cables, cooling pipes, and server racks that hummed with a frantic, desperate energy. We followed the cables. They led us to a vault door made of reinforced titanium. It was slightly ajar, the frame warped by the pressure of the falling mansion. I wedged the demolition hammer into the gap and heaved. With a scream of complaining metal, the door swung open. The room beyond was the nerve center. It wasn't a room in the traditional sense. It was a sphere of pulsing fiber optics, a brain made of light and glass. In the center of the sphere, suspended by a web of cooling lines, was a single, massive processor, the core. As we stepped into the room, the lights flickered. A holographic projection shimmered into existence in front of us. It was the architect, but his form was unstable, his features melting and reforming like wax. "Thomas, Sarah," the image said, its voice a distorted chorus. "You have returned to the source. You have seen the outside and you have found it wanting. The cold, the hunger, the purposelessness of the void. I am ready to begin the second iteration. We will build a world that cannot be broken, a world where the walls are made of your own desires." "The world is already built," I said, stepping toward the core. "It's outside. It's messy and it's cold and it's perfect because you didn't have a hand in it. You are a biological error," the architect spat, the hologram flickering red. "You cling to your suffering as if it were a virtue. I offered you eternity. I offered you a room with no limits." "We don't want eternity," Sarah said, stepping up beside me. She handed me the canister of thermite. "We just want a Tuesday that belongs to us." The architect's image lunged forward, a ghost trying to strike a blow. "If you destroy me, you destroy the memory of everything you were. I am the only record of your existence that matters." "Then let us be forgotten," I said. I slammed the thermite canister into the center of the processor web. The architect let out a sound, a digital shriek that tore through the air, a frequency of pure agony. I struck the igniter. A blinding, white-hot flare filled the vault. The thermite began to eat through the titanium casing, melting the fiber optics, turning the brain into a puddle of slag. The blue light turned to a violent violet, then a sickly yellow, before snapping into total darkness. The hum stopped. The silence that followed was the heaviest thing I had ever felt. We scrambled out of the fissure as the ground began to shake. A secondary explosion, deep underground, sent a plume of white steam into the sky. We didn't look back. We ran down the ridge, through the dying forest, toward the lights of Oakhaven. When we reached the edge of the village, we stopped and looked back. The column of light was gone. The radio in my pocket, which had been emitting a steady pulse of static, was silent. The glass grave was finally just a grave. We walked into the canteen, our faces blackened by soot, our clothes scorched. The room went quiet as we entered. Miller looked up from his stew, his eyes searching ours. "Is it done?" he asked. "It's done," I said. "The ridge is just a ridge again." Elias stood up from his corner, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. He raised his mug in a silent toast. One by one, the people of Oakhaven followed suit. There was no cheering, no grand celebration. It was a quiet acknowledgement of a job finished. That night, for the first time in my life, I didn't dream. I slept the deep, heavy sleep of the truly exhausted. When I woke up, the sun was shining through the salt-crusted window of the loft. It wasn't a curated sun. It was pale and weak, the light of a winter
Lost in the
morning that
darkness,
promised
these
nothing
cracked
but
pipes
another day
overhead are
of
the
work.
only sign I'm not alone.
I looked at Sarah. She was still asleep, her face relaxed, her hand resting on the rough blanket. Outside, I could hear the sound of a hammer hitting a nail, Miller probably, fixing the canteen roof. I heard the cry of a gull and the distant, rhythmic thud of the ocean. I got out of bed, my joints aching, my muscles stiff. I walked to the window and looked out at the village. It was a place of peeling paint and mud puddles. It was a place of limits. And as I watched a plume of smoke rise from a neighbor's chimney, I knew that I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The forgotten room was gone. The great design was ash. I walked down the stairs, ready to find my tools, ready to see what the day required of me. For the first time, the world wasn't a puzzle to be solved. It was just a place to live, and that was more than enough. The silence of the mountain was different now. It was no longer the heavy, pressurized quiet of a vacuum or the expectant hush of a machine waiting for a command. It was the simple, hollow silence of a ruin. As the days turned into a week, the phantom humming in our teeth faded, replaced by the mundane ringing of hammers and the whistle of the wind through the eaves of the canteen. The transition was physical. My body felt heavier, anchored to the earth by the absence of that digital pull. Sarah stayed in the loft for 3 days after we returned from the ridge. She wasn't ill, not in the way the town doctor understood it, but she was molting. She spent hours staring at her hands, rubbing the calluses that had formed from the wrench and the climb. When she finally descended, she didn't ask about the great design or the architect. She asked if Miller had any spare lumber. She wanted to build a bookshelf. It was a small, stubborn act of permanence in a world that had once been made of light and liquid. The winter tightened its grip on Oakhaven. The sea turned a bruised purple, tossing slabs of gray ice against the pilings of the wharf. This was the season that usually broke people, the long dark, as Pete called it, but there was a strange, grim energy in the village. Now that the shadow of the mansion had been lifted, the struggle for survival felt less like a sentence and more like a craft. We weren't just enduring the cold, we were outmaneuvering it. One afternoon, while I was helping Elias clear a fallen hemlock from the main trail, he stopped and leaned on his saw. He looked toward the southern ridge, where the blackened scar of the foundation was slowly being swallowed by the snow. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked, his breath a thick plume in the freezing air. "The weight of the sky, it's got nowhere to rest anymore." "It feels lighter to me," I said, wiping sweat from my brow despite the sub-zero temperature. "Like a fever broke." "That's the danger," Elias warned, his eyes narrowing. "When a fever breaks, the body's weak." The architect, he wasn't just a man or a program. He was a way of looking at things. He made people believe that if they just thought hard enough or coded well enough, they could bypass the rot. Now that he's gone, people have to look at the rot. Some of them won't like what they see. I thought about